Hey, good afternoon this time, ladies and gents. Welcome to SARCO. It's December. We are coming to you live from Watkins Glen today. As you can see, I've got the man himself, Dylan, next to me in the booth, and we're coming to you with a 4-hour December special. Dylan, how are you, firstly?
Yes, well, definitely not in the same attire which I'd normally wear on a Wednesday night. Considering it's still about 34 degrees there. We've had a crack of a thunderstorm that's roared through here. I do have a fan blowing some of the cool air on with my, so you got a last beverage, with my little 4 liters of water there. But a little bit of a different format for us today because we're going to be commentating on the qualifying and then the race. And then I'm bouncing and going to be racing myself.
Exactly. So we're going to have full action. We're going to have commentator stroke driver this evening. And we'll be watching Dylan in his lime green Ferrari. As you can see, I'm dressed for the occasion. I'm with him in spirit, but I'm with him in shirt.
No, thank you very much, Alan, for the support. Look, I don't generally get much time to race. And with my increased work responsibilities, I haven't been much on the stream, let alone racing. So I'm actually quite excited for a little bit of time behind the wheel. Shame my poor wheel's been missing me dearly.
Did you dust the cobwebs, man?
I had to just brush off, make sure that there wasn't anything living inside there, considering it hasn't spun around in a good couple of months.
All right, good. Let me get into it. We got 3 minutes and a bit before qualifying. It's the usual story. I'm just going to take us through a quick track plan. This is where we're at. It's Watkins Glen, traditional track in the United States. Obviously, the full track version with the boot sector. As you can see, we're sitting up there at the top where the big white grandstands are, kind of. I've gone and found a very interesting video for all of you watching. And we got 4 or 5 people online already. So welcome to us on the YouTube channel and Dylan on the Facebook channel. Let me get into this. Here's a fast lap in an official GT3 Mercedes-Benz, and you'll get a good idea of what's happening around the track. I'm not too sure who the team or driver was, but here we go into T1. Very tight right hand. You can see the pit exit on the right hand side, and then up the hill we go. This very fast flat out section. Drivers need to be aware, both guys coming out the pits and guys who are on the track, as they head up and along this long back straight towards the infamous bus stop. Make sure you're not getting collected from behind, check the mirrors, and then hammer these curves. You have to be very, very aggressive. Car's got to be set up well to ride those curves. Good exit. Now we head round this long right-hander where you've got to kind of feather the car, and then down the hill into the boot section we go. This is not used when they race the NASCARs here, but they use it for the IMSA series, the GT3 series, and a bunch of other categories. Down the hill, lowest point of the track now, then this very fast right-hander climbing uphill. The car gets very unsettled around here. Gotta love the sound of that Mercedes. Up the hill we come, and more climbing and more climbing. If you get a good drive out that hairpin, it's a good overtaking opportunity. Now we turn a fast right. It's a bit of a blind braking point. Don't run too wide. The track cuts will punish you here. Then another almost full hairpin back onto the original track, and we're heading to the second last corner. This long left, it's a little dab on the brakes, maybe a gear down. Hook it into this section, and then coming up to the right-hander and onto the main straight. Cars heading into the pits there on the right-hand side. That's an official lap around Watkins Glen.
I must say that view with that helmet is scary, just how much movement is currently in there. We don't really get to see how demanding this track really is from our view. So, wow.
Yeah.
It's pretty scary stuff.
That gives you a good idea of what the drivers can expect. We're 30 seconds out from start of quali, so I'm going to take us live to the track. And long time no see or hear. Christopher Radloff is out on track. He's running today. We have 11 official teams racing in this. It's a mix of team and solo drivers. A couple of brave souls that are going to attempt 4 hours on their own. And we'll go through that during the course of the race. But great to see Chris Radloff back. Some other regulars, Ulrich de Jager is here. He's running solo. Jason is here. He's going to be running solo. That's Jason Farmer. Sean Lerero, who has made a shift. He has climbed out of the Mustang and he's in that Mercedes that we just saw going around the track. So he's going to give the AMG GT3 a good go. Louis Safontine's here. In the SARCO liveried car, Louis and Dylan are going to be driving together. There's my green shirt, you can see. Mfezeko's here. He's in a Ferrari this time. He's climbed out of the Mercedes, so he's going to give it horns with the Italian team. Sheldon Agulis running the BMW M4. Johan, and that's where the screen resets. So we're just about to fire off, and we're going live with qualifying. Dylan, it's the usual qualifying, I believe.
That is correct. We have the one lap flyer.
Right. So if the guys didn't have enough challenge, they do now. Everything should be.
Yep. What I was going to say is that the one lap flyer has definitely broken some hearts. It has changed championship winners because of this one lap flyer. I always love it, and it definitely is something that we definitely like to keep around here at SARCO.
Yeah, I think it adds a huge element of pressure to the drivers, and not saying they don't need additional pressure, but it kind of in an old saying, it separates the men from the boys. If you have a panic attack, you run too wide, you're going to lose that lap, and you've got to qualify. You end up starting from the back of the grid. As we see Ulrich going around. On the YouTube channel, it's our regulars. Antonia, hi, welcome. Elsie's there, good evening. Yeah.
I'm sure Antonia's going to be shouting for her boy.
Her boy, there it is. It's the third comment in line.
Hello, Antonia. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Lovely. Right. Ulrich, first man out on track that we're watching. Car number 75 for Griffin Sim Racing. The teams, as we watch him about to start his flying lap, we've got GSRT Send It, Sean Lerero running solo there. Griffin Sim Racing 1, Jason Farmer. Griffin Sim Racing 3, Ulrich de Jager. Go Slow, Team Go Slow, that's newcomers Timothy Gomez and Dale Price.
Yeah, they've actually never raced with us at all, so it's actually quite cool that they've been able to come around and are going to be joining us. So welcome, gents. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. Welcome, boys. Team Radwell, which is obviously Christopher Radloff and Terry Wolford teaming up. Team Unexpected, that's our man Dylan Hall with Louis Safontaine.
Yeah, that's a very unexpected.
Very unexpected.
And I just want to say thank you to my teammate, Louis, who has joined me with about 30 minutes left before the race started, where we actually decided, okay, Louis, you're driving with me. Thank you very much. And off we go.
Yeah, basically told Ulrich, tough, buddy, you're on your own, I'm out. I think, was it?
Yes. And look, and the only reason it happened that way was because we kind of realized, well, it's very easy for us to essentially get somebody to leave, but then we kind of lose the driver, and that was because if I by no means am able to do a full 4 hours by myself. Okay. I have back issues that have plagued me my entire life, and sitting in the rig, unfortunately, for 4 hours is just not an option.
All good, man. Got you there. Then we've got Team Raging Bulls. That's Matt Carter running a solo. Team Game Over, Sheldon O'Gullis. Not Fast, Just Furious. That's Mfezeko Nkulu. Kus Hitters. That's Daniel Gerling. And then Sim Stuff Racing, Brandon DeSantis and Toki Johan van der Venter. There we go. Right.
Van der
Venter. Got it.
That's it.
Ulrich.
We all know him as Toki.
Toki, that's it. Brandon's there saying, let's go first team event, Elsie. There you go. Right, Ulrich over the line. It's a 145.535. So first man, first time, done. Next, I think it's Sheldon. No, he's about to start his lap. Right, let's go and check. Sean Lerero, I think, is on a lap. We'll see
So,
now.
a little bit of an interesting story about Sean Lerero is I was asking him to see who he would be driving with today, and he said he doesn't even know what car he's driving. And when Christopher Randolph joined the Discord, we said, Christopher, do you prefer a Mustang or a Merc? And he said, Merc. So we're like, okay, Sean, you're driving the Merc. We chose for you.
So you guys made the choice for Sean.
Basically, yes.
All good. Right. Okay, so Timothy Gomez, he goes in his McLaren, and he is a 146.917, second man, and currently second place on the grid. Let's go back to our track map. So next car coming over the line will be car 3. That should be Sheldon in his BMW. Currently down in the boot sector, as you can see. And it's called the boot for obvious reasons, I think. If you look at that track map on the right-hand side, there's the boot and there's the heel. They call this the heel section, I think. Yes.
Yeah, that's him now going up the hill.
Now back onto the original track and into second last turn 10. Tricky little corner, and also don't want to invalidate your lap. There you can see, yeah.
I was going to say, only because the runoff there, you're
Yes.
carrying so much speed through there, and the limits there are not the nicest,
No.
to say the least.
Not at all. Right, Sean O'Gullis into second place, 9/10 off that time. Let's go to car 23, who should be Sean Lerero. Here he comes. There you can see where the racing line meets with the pit lane entry. So we've asked drivers to please put indicators and hazards on when they're coming into the pits. And Sean goes a quick, rapid 144.8 and into pole position. He didn't take our word and where we said he needs to start from pit lane. So he's just doing his own thing by the looks of it. Louis over the line, he goes third quickest. So Dylan, you're right up there. You're going to have a good start.
I'll take it.
Next up is car 251. It's Mfazeko. He's trying to handle this mid-engine Ferrari 296 after doing a season or 3 in the big Mercedes. And I think he might be pleasantly surprised with the handling of the Ferrari compared to the Mercedes.
And look, the Ferrari has always been a great... it's a great driving car. It is so easy to drive. It really handles well. The thing is that you got to just make sure you keep those revs up.
Yes.
With it being only a little 2-liter turbo, is once you get the gearing wrong and the traction control's not working with the car, it doesn't rotate, and it's just not really quick in a straight line. And that's always been the issue. So you see a lot of the GSR guys are playing around with different cars and saying it's now time to get away from the Ferrari and go and drive something a little bit faster.
I think the likes of Jason and company would argue that with regards to its speed and stuff, because they've kind of shone pretty well with it. But yeah, it's a good all-rounder car, but you're right. You have to get the setups right. You've got to get the traction control working properly. And there we go. So Mfazeko's just starting his quick lap now in the car, I believe. We're going to go and check on car 33. That's Matt Carter. He's also M4X champ. He is in team Matt Raging Bulls, although this McLaren doesn't look too much of a Raging Bull livery, but there we go. He's out, and I'm not sure if this is his outlap or if this is his... He looks a little bit slow, maybe, so this could be an outlap still. But
all I can say is gold rims on any car just looks amazing.
Indeed.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Yep.
There's just something about gold rims. Love it or hate it, I'm a gold rim fan, that's for sure.
Over the line, Matt comes, and yeah, he's starting. So, Mfazeko currently up the road in the Ferrari. He is he's going to put in his time, but there you can see your lap times. You're qualifying at least. Sean Lerero up at the top. Ulrich is there. Louis and Dylan third. Sheldon O'Gullis in fourth place. I don't know why I call him Sean. I don't know. Timothy Gomez, the newcomer in their McLaren, in 5th. It's a great time from them. Daniel Gerling in 6th. Jason Farmer in the pits. He hasn't done a time yet. And neither has Johan van der Venter. Mfazeko goes 6th quickest, 2.6 seconds off, but at least he's on the grid. And there he is. Let's go and catch up with Matt.
Does look like Terry Wilford is currently on pits because I'm not seeing on track because I'm not seeing a pit sign there for him. If you look at the trap map, there he is. Now it's Terry Wilford. It's saying Christopher Radloff is actually in the car.
Indeed, I think they might have done a change. That'll change when they get to the line. Matt Carter, he is coming out of the boot, coming up the hill. This will be his official lap time. So we'll see what the likes of Mr. Jason Farmer and Johan van der Venter are doing, because they're still in pit, although there is still 4 minutes to go. I'm not sure if we maybe missed them doing a track cut or if they blew their laps out, but
I'm pretty sure Brandon DeSantos will be on the stream. So, Deutsch, what happened? Are you guys still going? Did we miss it? Let us know.
Oof, Matt Carter up into 4th place in the McLaren. 1.2 seconds back. That was a 146.1 versus Sean Lourero's 144.8. So that's that, as they say. Looking at, there's Jason Farmer and Johan. Terry Wilford going by, so he's starting a lap now, and it still says Christopher Radloff driving, so I'm not sure what's happening here. We'll wait for our systems to update.
Well, this might be the push to get the car on pole. But 144.8, I can say that is pretty rapid for a qualifying.
It is.
And that Ulrich de Jager with his 0.69 off the top there, that's also pretty rapid for Ulrich.
Yeah.
That puts him in a 145.5 or so.
Yeah, 45.535 was his official time. So that's a great lap from Ulrich. He'll be very happy with that. Louis Serfontaine in 3rd place, a 145.6, 100th off Ulrich's time. So the second row was right there. And then Matt Carter, 146.1, a little bit further back. As we wait for... All right, Jason Farmer's left the pits. There he is. So he's out on track. He's doing it right at the end of the stint to make sure he maximizes whatever grip there is on the track.
I'm just checking the comments coming through. Brandon Santos did say their lap invalidated. And Matthew Carter saying, oh, my livery. So for some reason, Matt's livery hasn't loaded.
Yeah, sorry, Matt. I did a livery update about half an hour, 40 minutes before we went live. So maybe you selected the wrong car. I'm not sure. It's now showing Chris Radloff driving, and you can see how he's driving. This is going to be close. Let's see where this puts him. And it puts him into pole, a 144.642. So Chris hasn't lost much of his pace while he's been elsewhere racing. I think he's been doing a bit of iRacing and stuff.
Correct.
Jason.
So now it's all eyes on the farmer.
So we're saying Johan in the Mustang, then what are we saying?
Yeah.
Did they do a track cut?
Yeah, Brandon has confirmed. Unfortunately, lap invalidated there.
Oh, there it is. Okay, see it now. Right. Jason starts his last lap with a 1 minute and 50 seconds left. So last man to put a time in, and we expect this to go into the top 5 if he doesn't invalidate his lap. He knows what he's got to get. And as you said earlier, that's not a bad lap time for a 1-lap quali. So Jason's going to be breathing as little as possible while he hangs on to his nerves just to get this Ferrari round. Into the bus stop he comes. Let's see how aggressive he is. Gets the first curb, slower through there. Misses the third curb. So he's going to have a slower exit point. But I think he's just trying to nail a lap. Looks good as he goes out there. We're going to go to a helicam.
And I think what's very important that he is able to just get that lap in, because starting at the back, all of a sudden what's going to happen is that between Radloff, Loureiro, and Ulrich,
yes,
is that if he is at the back all the time, that Jason has to fight to get through,
the traffic
needs to be caught up somewhere else, but then it changes the pit expectations, which once again, now that whole strategy needs to be relooked at.
Exactly. The 4 hour does introduce a different strat completely. Most of these cars are going to probably do 3 pit stops, but one or two teams might run a lighter load at the beginning of the race to have a bit more pace, and then they're going to be staggered on pit stops. So we're going to have to wait for the hour mark, and we'll see exactly what transpires as we go through this race. Jason over the line now, and he does go indeed third, almost 4 tenths back, but that puts him on the grid. He's happy with that as he does a big slide into T1, and there we go. That's qualifying done and dusted. Give us a little bit. I'm going to just I'll put that promo video on while the server resets, and you can now see what it's like in a real car. Right, ladies and gents, we're back live. As you can see, 1.5 minutes to the start of this, the Finger Lakes Classic 4 hour. This was named after the nearby lakes just north of the track itself. There's a batch of them. I went and looked at them, about 4 or 5 of them in the shapes of fingers, and it was an apt name to name this race here at SARCO in December. Good one for that, Dylan. But 1 minute to go until we start this race, and I think the drivers are going to be on edge now. How are you feeling, considering you're going to be driving shortly?
Oh, I'm actually feeling like pretty chilled, and the reason I can say that is because Louis is the one who needs to start and get us through. He did put himself and us, us into 5th place, so I'm cool as a cucumber. This part is easy for me.
Awesome. All right. Just flying over the grid, you can see Terry Wilford, Christopher Radloff, at least, in the car, I think, in the Ferrari. Next to him, it's Sean Loureiro in the Mercedes. Then a batch of Ferraris. It's Jason Farmer. Next to him is Ulrich de Jager. Then we have Louis in the SARCO liveried Ferrari as the engine start. Matt Carter in the blue McLaren. Sheldon in the M4, and Timothy Gomez next to him in another McLaren, with him Fazeko in the Red Bull Ferrari in 9th place. Daniel Gerling for KISS hitters in an Aston, the Sol Aston, and Johan van der Vente right at the back in the Proton competition Ford Mustang. We're going to sit with Jason Farmer third place car. We should get a good view of the cars as they head into turn 11 and about to start this 4 hours. Here we go.
Yeah, it's always quite a nerve-wracking time. Just making sure you're getting the start. We've also told the guys there's no reason for you to go flying into turn 1. Nice and easy. We've still got 4 hours left to go.
Yeah, right. Green light, we're off. 4 hours and counting. Look at Sean going the Mercedes. He's going to try and go around the outside. Christopher Radloff says, oh no, you're not. And single file through T1, although Jason's looking up the inside. Is he side by side? They are side by side as they go up the hill. Jason hits a bit of the curbing that slowed him down and he slots back in behind the Mercedes. Let's drop back. Here we are in the SARCO car with Louis Safontaine, and he has the likes of Matt Carter all over the back of him. That's Louis in the Ferrari, the SARCO Ferrari. No, it's Louis in the SARCO Ferrari, but behind him it's Ulrich de Jager and the BMW.
Yeah, it looked like Louis was able to just get the jump on Ulrich off the start. He was able to just slot it up into turn number 1. And that's now allowed us, I say us, myself and Louis, to move up into 4th place. So pretty cool. Right,
position made. You can open a beer and relax a little bit there, Dylan.
Let me just take a sip of my water. That's a lot safer. But
right.
Ulrich is putting a lot of pressure onto the back of that Ferrari.
On board now with the newly invented helmet cam as we watch from Ulrich de Jager's point of view. And there you can see the SARCO car just up ahead. Louis going through turn 8 perfectly, positioning that car right on the racing line. Pretty much single file all the way around. There is a gap further back. I think there was an incident with Mfazeko, who has dropped off the back of Johan, and Daniel Gerling's with him. So we kind of missed what happened with these two. But they're right at the back and 5 seconds off that train. But let's go back up and see Christopher. Over the line he goes. Sean Lerrero second, Jason Farmer third, Louis Safontaine fourth, and Ulrich de Jager rounds out your top 5. This Mercedes looking very strong of Sean Lerrero's. He's putting a lot of pressure on Christopher Radloff, but he's also got to watch his mirrors because Jason's right there.
Look, and at this point, I don't think Sean's going to really try and, I say attack, but here he is looking to just make Christopher's life very, very difficult as that AMG trying to go around the outside.
Wow.
Too wide into the bus stop is not going to work. Christopher very committed into that. That's kind of slowed up Sean, which has now allowed Farmer to get right up behind him, and also helps Louis and Ulrich close up a couple of tenths onto the front pack.
Yeah. Christopher. Sorry. Is Christopher Radloff.
It is Christopher Radloff.
He had to run middle of the track to defend against the power of that AMG Mercedes. So Sean Lerrero got a huge drive up the hill. My camera, okay, now it's sorted itself out. My cameras were back to front for a moment. We had Sean Lerrero leading, but we're back to normal. But he is definitely right there as he picks up a big drift going through the turn 8. Controls it, Jason Farmer's watching, and look under braking, he closes up on that Ferrari. So Sean looking to put as much pressure as he can, but he's got one eye ahead and one eye in the mirror because Jason is right there, and we're going to go on board with Jason and look at them up ahead. Those two cars are going to be punching a massive hole in the air for Jason going up this long back straight. So let's see what happens into T1. That's first, second and third over the line. And they're super close. We've got a car in the pits. Car 76. It's the Mustang.
Oh, big loose moment there for Sean Lerrero. Trying to get as much speed through there to try and take advantage of the Ferrari ahead of him. But now we know that this AMG is extremely quick along the back straight. And it's all about just picking your moment. Obviously, he's a little bit too far now to make a move, but...
Yes.
Setting it up. Wow! Sean Lerrero very sideways.
He's feeling that that back end get very lively on that Mercedes. Clearly a different handling car, although I think he thinks this is as close to the Mustang that he could have selected from another car. We're going to drop down and look at Louis and Ulrich. and Louis coming under some pressure from Sheldon O'Gullis in the big BMW. So he's fallen a little bit off the back of Ulrich de Jager. Sheldon is going like a man possessed in the BM. The legendary M3 color scheme on that car. And
so just catching up on some messages that are coming through. We've got Hell Art Life. Hello Art Life, my bad. Hello Art Life. So everyone have an amazing race. Thank you so much. Talkie saying Ford Fun Day. Indeed. We've also got Lucas saying have fun guys.
ooh.
Go.
Jason got a huge drive. I'm sorry. I'll put a replay on for that. You've got to see that. We'll go 30 seconds back. This is coming out of the boot sector. And Jason is following Sean Loureiro. And they go through turn 10. And Jason, there you can see, Jason now puts the gas on early through the final corner.
Oh, Sean lost the rear there. I see that. So combination of Farmer getting a great drive and Sean losing the rear had basically given him that place. So
he's got it back.
But they've got it back. I wonder whether that was side by side through turn number 1 and Sean ran a little bit wide and then just bullied Farmer on the back straight with the power of that car.
Indeed. I'll tell you what, here comes Ulrich. This is turning into a four-way dice. Those guys obviously racing each other up the back straight has slowed them down somewhat, and Ulrich is closing in. That gap was 2 seconds earlier. It's a lot closer than 2 seconds right now.
But it's still interesting to see that Christian Radloff, okay, it was sitting at 1 second. It's now jumped to 2.3 seconds.
Yeah.
But Christian Radloff is not too far ahead of this pack at this moment.
Jason Farmer all over the back of the Mercedes. I've just got to stand up because I've just got a huge cramp in my leg, but I'm right here.
So while you're sorting your cramp out, gotta be careful how you say that. And Tony Gamble will say, do these guys remember that this is a 4 hour? They're pushing so hard.
Indeed. And unfortunately, Matt Carter's just picked up a stop-go 30 already, so he must have gone into the pits and sped in or sped out, but that's going to hurt getting one of those so early in the race. We are sticking with these two because Jason is definitely not finished with Sean Loureiro, and I'm dead sure that Antonia is sitting on the edge of her couch and screaming for her boy.
Go, Jason, my boy.
Yeah, Elsie, I don't know. I had what I thought was, look at that Mercedes, was huge sideways. Sean Loureiro is struggling with the bus stop and the handling of this Mercedes. In fact, he's struggling everywhere. Jason Farmer gets up underneath him and past as they head down into the boot sector. So Sean not happy with what's going on with that Mercedes. It almost looks like he's got overheating tires or something. Maybe he's got the pressures wrong because the back end of that Mercedes is stepping out every which way.
Yeah, most definitely agree. It looks like that AMG is doing AMG things because you see he's now running wide. But it's also could just be part of what's happening in their tire cycle. Maybe they've just heated it up too soon. He just needs to push it back, allow them to the Ferraris to go ahead, and then just settle into his race and not actually be pushing as hard. Just catching up on what's happening on the YouTube channel. My Facebook channel is I've got Glynis Hall watching. Oh, I haven't phoned you. Auntie Glynis, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I will definitely phone you. I see Bevan Williams, the F400 championship winner for the season, Bevan Williams. Charles Wilkin watching. Charles, how's it? All good? Clinton Mervyn watching, actually my wife's cousin. David Farrell, there was a message that went to you because you were going to be one of the people that I possibly would have raced with. I am currently in 5th place. And Shoal Randall. Oh, Shoal, how's it? Long time, bro. Welcome.
Hello to everyone. Happy birthday to those who are celebrating today, and thanks for joining us here at SARCO. Right. Sean backing out a little bit. Do me a favor. Look at Jason
What's
Farmer.
happening there?
My word. Christopher Radloff has had a moment. Ooh. What is going on up there? Oh, there's Christopher. He's just up ahead.
What you've missed off track is Louis has unfortunately binned it. I think those tires have cooked.
Oh dear. Let's go back 30 seconds. Oh my word. As I grab him through this exit of the bus stop, it doesn't look like he hit anything, but that was a huge slide. Yeah, the back of that car's a little bit dented. And he comes round the long right-hander, and I think the tires go again, indeed. And he does a nice slide donut and hits the barrier. Dylan, you're going to have your work cut out for you, my guy.
That is correct. But look, I'm not stressing. I know Louis will be fine. We must just get it back to the pits, go sort out what needs to happen, the damage, and we carry on.
Right, comments on YouTube. LC saying that Chris Radloff's car is lagging badly. I kind of saw something happened. He was, like Ulrich was, or Jason was right under the wing, and then the next thing he was up the road a bit. But in game, you can see it's there's no pings, there's no red bars or anything like that. So it kind of looks okay for now. But he's a bit of ways up the track. In fact, 2.8 seconds as we look at Sean Loureiro attacking Jason Farmer now into the bus stop. Side by side they go. Jason thinks better of it and he backs out of that. So Sean goes back up into second, and here comes Ulrich on the back of Jason Farmer. So the Team Griffin boys giving each other a little bit of a stick out here. Further back as they go down to the boot, we've got Daniel Gerling, I'm not sure how to say that surname properly, in the Sol Aston Martin. And he's behind Mfezeko in his Ferrari, doing quite well and hanging on to 7th place. Louis, you guys, Dill, you've dropped down to 9th, so he's going to have to just let those tires settle down. I know you're going to have to leave us at some point, but feel free to pop down to your own channel if you need to go and have a chat to him at all.
I'm actually changing the strategy. I'm actually going to ask Lucas to come here, so that at least people understand like what's going on, because now it's going to be me asking Lucas some questions. I'm going to get that feedback from Louis, and we're going to make a decision to see whether he needs to come in and make the change, or whether Louis will be able to drive it out.
Yeah, you can move around. You're the boss here. Right, looking at Ulrich, who's looking at Jason, into T1 they come. He decides against it, so I think he's going to work together with Jason, and they're going to see if they can claw their way back up to the big Mercedes in 2nd place. Johan van der Vente is back on track and running after going into the pits very early. I think he maybe had a wrong setup, or he might have even had a disconnect possibly, but it says now he is 2 laps down, as is Matt Carter. But it's 4 hours, so a lot can happen in 4 hours.
Yeah, guys, sorry, on the YouTube on my Facebook channel, you see that the screen jumped around a little bit. Is that while I'm watching the actual live stream, which is going through on our YouTube channel, and that's a SARCO, is I'm streaming my race directly. So every now and again it goes a bit wonky because I'm doing stuff and I push things that I shouldn't be. And I see that I've actually got Louis coming into the pits. He hasn't selected me, so all good. Charles Randall's comment was Sean's tires are not holding. He needs to settle in because his guys are pushing hard early in the race, and that's exactly what we said. And the funny thing is that these 3 guys that we're seeing on screen, those are all teammates. They are stable mates, and they will not back down from each other, which is what I love.
Yeah, the boys are out to race. They're out to have fun. Sean giving the Mercedes a good go, but he is definitely, and there he picks up another slide. So he's struggling with turning. The understeer or oversteer on the Mercedes is quite heavy. And Ulrich just hanging back and watching this unfold just up ahead of him. Louis in the pits, as you say, so he's going to drop down a little bit. Matt Carter and Van der Vente 2 laps back.
We do have Lucas that has joined us, so he's kind of going to be my in-between man, saying, Lucas, the message I wanted you to just give Louis is to say, if the car is damaged, rather get it done, get it fixed. It's still a long race, but I see he already made that call, and now you must just keep fit.
Keep fit.
Oh, I will tell him that, Dylan.
And it looks like he must break a little bit earlier for the bus stop.
There we go.
Yeah, I will tell him. I think it's the nerves.
No, I get it. I get it. But yeah, all good. All good.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you,
poor
Lucas.
pleasure. And poor Sean, he's not happy with that rear end of that Merc at the moment.
And I'm pretty sure
he's
that
fighting.
he's swearing and flicking and saying, this bloody car's not holding, because there we can see Sean now going wide on the exit. The car just not hooking up. As Jason Farber, very, very close to it. He's going to have a dive to the inside.
Sean's out on the marbles.
That's going to allow,
Ulrich.
I was going to say, it looks like Ulrich was going to be able to have a little send there, but just not able to do so.
For those watching on the Facebook channel, feel free also, if you want, to go and find the SARCO channel on YouTube, which is obviously our live camera channel. And we are there with the live chat running as well.
So, but you don't have to, because what we're seeing on the live chat is what you're seeing on my chats as well. So
There
thanks.
we go.
But yes, Mr. Flip van Sale, welcome. I see you going on YouTube, on Facebook. Mooi man. Thank you, Carlos. Appreciate it. Saying a great streaming, guys. Something a little bit different. So great on board here from Ulrich, coming up through the S's onto the back straight. And this is looking for that 300 mark, the little Marshall's Tower on the left-hand side. There it is, break down, gear down to third, turn it in. I see Ulrich holds it into fourth. That car is nice and settled through there. Now into the outer loop. He goes a little bit onto the curb. That does unsettle it sometimes. You are able to run wild there. Now into the boot. This car nice and tight on the inside. It generally wants to just wash away from you on the outside. Now as we head towards the toe, looking out for the 100-meter mark, braking middle track, then turn in, back on the accelerator, up through the toe. Now it is back up the hill towards the hill of the boot, which then takes you up the hill as in Mountain Hill.
There you go.
But if you say up the hill, people know exactly where you are, because you're going up the hill of the boot. Now another tricky corner. This is turn number 8. You can see it kind of just washes away from you on the outside. It's got a reverse camber and generally pulls you into that wall. Now into 9. You say tap the brakes, but you shouldn't be. Just let the car roll in now into the last corner. Up on the inside, great acceleration, and looks like Sean is starting to pull away from Ulrich de Jager.
Agreed. I would say he's come to grips with what that car's doing, and he knows now how to drive it a little bit better. But then we could be putting a commentator's curse on that, and
I refuse it. We're in December. We're not allowed to claim the commentator's curses are for us.
All good. All good. Right. Down in 8th place, it is Daniel Gerling in the Aston Martin chasing Mfuzeko's Ferrari, and he's closed up here. So this is for position. Last laps, I will give you some updates with Jason Farmer, the quickest man on track at the moment, a 144.750. Christopher Radloff doing a 144.707, so he's within 4/10 of that quickest time. Sean doing a 145.2. I beg your pardon, that was the last laps. Quickest laps, let's do that again. Jason, a 144.750. Christopher Radloff, 145.2. Sean Herrera, 145.277. Ulrich, 145.3. Sheldon, 146. Timothy, 147. Daniel, who we're watching, 147.3. So, big discrepancy between the guys up at the sharp end of the grid and midfielders, but the race is on as we see the SARCO cars out there. Louis, 1 lap down behind these guys, but he's going to be attempting to unlap himself if he can get close and get up. Ooh, that Aston of Dean almost got sideways on that bump on the exit going down the hill towards the boot. Toe boot? Heel. Sorry, heel.
Yep. Just checking out those comments on the YouTube channel coming in fast and furiously. Frankie, what's happening, Mr. SARCO and Mr. Allen? The sim racing world. Did you just call it? Oh, I thought you say the dinosaurs are here. I'm like, yes, Frankie. I know you live in Benoni, and I'm coming to find you. But you said the dinosaur is here, saying you're talking about yourself.
Okay, all right.
Moiman, the Frankiosaurus. Antonio saying Ulrich driving very, very well. I can't agree with you anymore. And Tyron Marburg saying, evening, gents, here for Team Ghostlow. Well, Tyron, you know very well where our SARCO live stream is, and you're always welcome to jump in and come and say how's it. So please feel free.
Right, I thought just for the fun of this December period, we're going to see how much Sean Lerera is struggling with this big Mercedes. He is seriously, he's not a happy chappy. Turns in through the bottom of the hill, and you can see him working that wheel, so he's definitely fighting the handling of this car. There you can see in his mirror top right corner, that is Ulrich de Jager right behind him. Jason Farmer's put up a 2.7 second gap between him and I do believe Christopher Adloff. Indeed, Jason Farmer is closed right in on Christopher Adloff. This gap was 2.8 seconds. It's now under a second as they come through turn 11. And I think we're going to be in for some movement as they go through the final turn. Jason definitely got his foot down, and he wants to become the new leader of this race and try and put a lot of gap between himself and the drivers challenging behind him.
I see just from the Facebook page, Gerard Vosloo, one of the OG SARCO racers who left South Africa a couple of years ago, is still around and watching, and Brampy Fantonda is watching as well. So welcome, guys.
Shaul Isaac Randall posting on the YouTube. He's watching from Durban. He's got awesome weather in Durban.
Yes, for sure. The weather here is hail, thunder, it's lightning, and everything. And Tom, you say you'll come and jump in with us. And I'll tell you something, if ever there's a person whose voice for radio, sorry, Martin.
What are we hearing in the background there, Dylan?
Well, if I look out my door that's wide open, it is lots of rain, actually. It's still raining here.
No, sorry, we had another voice on there, so somebody's talking to somebody in the background.
Really?
Yeah, it was somebody chatting to somebody who's in the channel with us. But I couldn't hear it clearly.
I've got the channel up. I can see who comes into us.
Oh, there was some...
It did not sound right.
No. I can see there's no one in here now, but anyway, it was just a little bit of something going on in the background.
How's it, Desmond? Desmond Pullen has just pulled in as well.
Ulrich is right here, I'll tell you what. If Sean makes a big mistake with that Mercedes and he is fighting it, look how he drifts through that final turn. Ulrich's going to get a good drive here, and he's going to look down the inside for T1, I'm convinced. Merck still got pace, and no, Ulrich's a little bit too far back for the attack now. Charles saying that Merck is not happy, but Sean's doing well. Yep, agreed with you. He's not happy with something in the setup, and it's not obeying him like he does, like he's used to the Ford Mustang. But he wanted to try something different, so he's given himself an added challenge. And he's currently in third place and holding off the challenge from Ulrich de Jager.
I think one of the frustrating things is that Sean now has to drive the car within its means. Is that as soon as he starts to push to keep that pace at the top, the tires are not doing what he's expecting to do. Ooh, here comes a big one.
Ooh, Sean sideways as he heads down to the heel of the boot. And Ulrich closes right up. Sean is doing wind diesels almost on every corner right now. And there he does it again. Ulrich almost has to lift as they come out of that heel section going up the hill for fear of running into the back of the Mercedes. So, yeah, I don't know if he's got the pressures wrong or what, but he is definitely not happy. Makes for interesting viewing though, I must say. Car looks good when it's sideways.
I can clarify that Louis has got himself ahead of the two gents that he was stuck behind.
There we go. So
It'll
this
take him 2 laps. But yeah, Louis did get past Mafira as well as Graylam. Gerling.
Here we go. Look how nice that
Sorry.
livery looks there, Dylan. Come on, man.
It definitely is the prettiest livery on the track.
Good stuff. Right, Christopher Radloff, and under pressure, Jason Farmer 1/10 back as the leaders go up through the long hill, climb up and onto the long back straight. And this looks like a move. Here we go, into the bus stop. Jason looking up the inside, he backs out of it, and Christopher Radloff hammers those curbs. Ferraris are set up well, they cruise through there no problem. You can hear the thunder of the Mercedes as it comes through the bus stop, and right behind him, Ulrich Diake in his Ferrari. So Ferrari, Mercedes, Ferrari, BMW, your top 5.
Frankie, all I'm saying is that this is a family show. And lucky you did it in Afrikaans, because it says, you know, that AMG is more loose than my neighbor's doggo.
That was a good one. Right.
Oh, goodness.
One lap is sideways and the other lap is in a straight line. So he's having fun.
The question is, can Sean do this for the next 3.5 hours?
I'll tell you, he runs wide through there. Let me just try and get our cameras back. Our corner numbers are not showing properly, so sorry about that. This happens with this.
Every now and again it goes a bit wonky.
Yeah.
All good. Oh, that's an interesting shot. I haven't seen that one before.
This is the little drone that I attached to the back of Sean Larrera's Mercedes. It's taped onto the back wing with some duct tape. But we should get some good footage here of exactly how sideways this Mercedes actually is.
Yeah, it's pretty safe through here, but as soon as that car starts needing to change direction and get specifically going back up the heel of the boot, is as that car goes in, turns it in, you can see it should have a little bit of a slide. Oh, there was a Ferrari that kind of just came into shot there. Did Ulrich go a little bit too deep?
He went
He must have.
He's backed out of it, but Jason, look at this.
Jason putting lots and lots of pressure on Christopher Radloff.
Chris has been in this game now for a good 3 years or 4 years at least. He knows all about pressure and being pressurized from behind. Has an extensive background in ACC and iRacing and knows what to do. But look up ahead, you can see there's a slow marker. That could come into play right now, and Jason's depending on that to happen.
Louis had a little bit too much curve there.
Oh, I'm staying with the leaders because this
Go, stay.
It's all happening now. We've been going for 30 minutes in this 4-hour session, and here we go. Jason's having a look, trying to get into Chris's head. Chris is having none of it. Blue flags.
And that's all part of the plan, is get yourself moving behind your opponents. Let them start questioning what it is that you're going to be doing. And then all of a sudden, that's where you're able to possibly pick up a mistake and take that position.
Johan doing a sterling job as a lapped car, staying on the outside of the track, and both drivers saying thank you. Very, very, very aggressive through the bus stop, both drivers there. You can see Jason's trying to hang on. He is under that wing and putting pressure everywhere. Christopher Radloff having to run defensive lines where he never had to before. So he knows the game's on right now. Sheldon O'Gullis in the pits early after 30 minutes. The BMW's in, so he's bailed out of 5th place or 6th place. That promotes Timothy Gomez in his McLaren into 5th. And Daniel Gerling up into 6th place, and Mfezeko in 7th place in his Ferrari. But look at this, guys. Jason's all over the back of Christopher Radloff. Ooh, that Mustang running very deep there of Johan.
And this is all just part of the pressure, part of the plan. Jason, all he needs to do is just keep that car right on the back there. And dare I say, force an error from Christopher Radloff, where Christopher Radloff is Mr. Flat Out himself.
Yep.
We very seldom see a mistake from Christopher Radloff. Where there is going to be an interesting play, and that is specifically to the drivers who are driving by themselves for 4 hours, is they would essentially need to do a pit stop, which is only 30 seconds. And is 30 seconds enough to quickly run to the gents and back?
Yes.
At what point does that come in? Or are there some interesting little solutions, dare I say, that have been put in place?
Wow. Guys are driving very well, both of them in fact. I tell you what, this is also introducing the pressure, is having to keep the car on the track and not get a track cut. I'm convinced either both of them, or at least one of them, is running with 1 or 2 track cuts, because the cars have been very wide through some corners. Let's see if I can get
The only way you keep the track cuts on, I don't think we can see it.
I can switch to each driver during the course of the race, but I don't know if we see it. No, I don't think we do, hey?
Tyron, just to answer your question, myself and Louis are actually driving. That was very close, Farmer.
Christopher Radloff's car is in fact crabbing very badly. I think he's got a netcode issue going on. Does that car look very odd through that sector? But the online game is not showing any ping issues at all.
Yeah, even from our side, everyone's in the green, so it's not like there's anything that should be. Tyron, myself, and Louis, who is currently in 9th place, I will be taking the car for him in the next 20 minutes or so. Terry's saying we have a problem.
Ooh.
What is that problem, Terry?
Yeah.
Oh no.
There's a bad ping. No. There's a big problem going on here with this car.
Oh no.
That's Christopher
What has
Radloff.
it got to do with the weather?
Where he is. Because Jason's gone past him. Christopher Radloff, that Ferrari was not looking sorted at all. And he is falling back into the grips of Sean Herrera now. Runs very wide through the boot, does Christopher Radloff. And
yeah, and you can sure that car's basically drifting, but drifting in the wrong way.
Direction, correct. Right.
So there's the Shaw that's now gone past.
Oh dear. How strange that we're not seeing it. Oh dear, that looked very horrible.
Yeah, it was there, then gone, then there, then gone. And look, I do think that it is just part of the weather currently. Hopefully it does settle and they don't disconnect. Yo. Hang in there, Radloff, hang in there.
I'm just trying to see. I saw Ferrari going off track. I thought it was maybe Ulrich who came together with him, but there's someone's in the pits.
Yeah, so I think what's actually happening.
Jason Farmer's in the pits.
Jason? Just go back there?
I'm going back. It is. Jason got collected somehow or lost control of the car. So we just catch the end of that, and that's through the second last turn. Now he's heading back towards the track. He's in the pit lane, and he's come straight into the pits, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yes, he has. He made a late call.
Jason got bumped by Christopher. Oh, goodness.
And Jason was leading, so that shows how far up ahead that ping or whatever happened. So back was Christopher Adloff, and the car is looking terrible. Clearly having a net problem somewhere with his internet, but the other drivers are all going. I thought we were watching Radloff go down to third place, and he was actually in second place still and contacted Jason Farmer.
Oh, no, man. That's terrible. Well, Mr. Loureiro has now got his work cut out for him, because now he does have Christopher Radloff ahead. And will he be able to get an overtake? It does look like Christopher's car is definitely stabilizing and settling down just a little bit.
Right. Jason's out of the pits, heading up the hill, and whatever repair he had, and maybe a top-up, I'm not too sure. Not even sure if he put tires. Radloff's in the pits. So he might be handing the car over to maybe do a system reboot on his side of things.
Maybe give the car to Terry, just
Yes.
let them keep going. But now what that's done is it's completely thrown out the 1 hour driver changes, which means that one of them is going to have to try and do a 1 hour 30 stint.
Yes.
We've seen you do it, but whether that's possible around Watkins Glen, that's another question. Sean fighting. I'd actually like to see his onboard just for a lap there, Alan, and specifically with him going through the bus stop, is actually see how much he's
Fighting the
actually
car.
fighting that car.
Yeah, we'll sit with the Mercedes for a lap here. Sean, currently your leader. Christopher Adloff in the pits, so I'm sure he's handing the car over to Terry Wilford. Oh, there's it. You saw it right there firsthand. You can watch that on the YouTube, but he was all crossed over as he went through the heel of the bottom of the hill. So he's definitely fighting this Mercedes, but he has inherited first place with the little problem of Radloff's internet connection and the collection of Jason Farmer there. Very bad luck, but it'll give us some interesting footage as Jason tries to claw back from 7th place.
There is going to be a bit of congestion because we do have Louis trying to get back past Mufira again, and with that is, I think it's Jason Farmer who's now behind those two who are now trying to sort themselves out as well.
Right. It looks like Terry is in the car. Car looks very good now. It's not doing weird things, so I think that was very specific to Chris's situation. So he's probably disconnected and done a reboot of everything. But Terry's in 6th place. Mfazeki, he inherits 5th place. And right behind him, as you said, is Louis Safontaine. But Louis is 1 lap behind. So Louis is obviously trying to unlap himself. And then in 10th place, Matt Carter and Johan rounding out your last place position on the track. But here comes Louis, and he is definitely wanting to get past Mfazeko, and he's looking as they head into the second last turn. And
That's Terry.
That's Terry.
Having a big dive there. It looks like Louis will just let Terry go. Into the inside, lots of space there for Terry. Off he goes. Now, Louis needs to follow Terry.
Yes.
And get pulled through past Mufira.
Terry, obviously Louis getting out the way because Terry's on he's 1 lap ahead of those ahead of him. So Terry is now racing for position with Mfazeko just up ahead in the Ferrari. Sean Loureiro still clean in the lead with Ulrich in second place, 3.2 seconds back. Jason still your quickest man on track, and Jason is coming as he mounts the curbs through the bus stop. His next position will be Terry Wilford, so he should get there in about 3 or 4 laps or so, and then we'll see what transpires up ahead.
So I see that there is now 20 minutes left, and I just saw on my screen there's Mafira in the wall. Grabbed a bit of the dirt on the outside.
Oh, he's
as
got
he-
half of the track with him. And he's just thrown it off the front of the car. Let's go back 30 seconds. He's heading down into the boot section now.
Yeah, you'll see just the car just runs a little bit too wide.
He hits this
tips
bump
past.
there. Yeah, he hits the barrier. There's a big bump in those curbs, which he unfortunately mounted with the diffuser, and that's hurt him a little bit, both front and back on that Ferrari.
Well, this is going to go out to... Whoa, Mr. Janneman Bruce has joined us on my Facebook channel.
Hello,
Janneman.
Janneman.
Long time. Hope you're well, meneer.
Another fellow
Always like
commentator.
See you visiting. And also one of the official OGs from SARCO.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Janneman used to drive project cars with us back in the day. Absolutely fantastic. Well, Alan,
Yes, sir.
it's been great, but I just need to go jump in into the pit box quickly just to go see what's happening
Off
with
you
Louis,
go.
just to make sure our tire pressures are ready. So, Tyron, just remember, if you're able and willing and want to come and jump in and you can talk about some of your team, come and chat to Alan. He'll be more than happy to have another voice in his head.
Good luck. We'll watch you out on track and have fun out there, Dylan.
Cool. We'll see you later.
Good,
Thanks,
good.
guys.
Right, so Mfuzeko in the pits, and that Ferrari looks very second-hand. The bonnet up, he seriously hammered the barriers, and we saw that on the replay, so he's going to do a big repair. Going up ahead to Sean Lerera as he bounces through the bus stop. He has one of the McLarens, I think that's Matt Carter. It is. So Matt Carter on 20 laps, Sean Lerera on 23 laps. So pretty much almost 50 minutes racing, and there's a big separation with the guys at the back and the leaders. Ulrich de Jager in second place, and he is following Matt's McLaren as they go through the boot section. Tyrone on YouTube saying, I remember him. Janneman, frequent commentator with our other commentator friend Steve Koenig, and been playing in some LMPs and prototypes, I think, in some other games. So been watching what's going on, and it looks and sounds very interesting. Mfuzeko still in the pits. This is a long stop for him. There we go. Car's all fixed. You can see repair work's all done. Mfuzeko's rolling. He is now on lap 22. And he is racing the likes of Louis Safontaine just up ahead, and Sheldon O'Gullis as he exits the pits. Matt Carter on lap 21. He's just gone over the line, and Johan, he just goes over the line onto lap 21. So that's your lap splits. So as we head up to the hour, Sean Lerera in the very sideways Mercedes, currently in first place after some early incidents with Christopher Radloff and Jason Farmer, unfortunately having a bit of net issues where Christopher lives. He's handed the car over to Terry Wilford, and they are currently sitting in fifth place and only 10 seconds off the back of this man, Daniel Gerling, who has silently but violently got himself up into the top 5 in the Aston Martin. So Daniel, for Kus Hetters, keeping his nose clean and just putting in cyclic laps. His best lap a 147.3, his last lap a 148.9. If we compare that with Sean Lerera up ahead, his last lap was a 145.6. That's almost 3 seconds a lap quicker. His quickest lap was a 145.2. So it's only 4/10 of his quickest lap. It tells me Sean's coming to grips with the Mercedes. But I know we said that earlier, and then he was all sideways again. So he's just driving it within its means, as Dylan said. Ulrich not too far off the back of him, 2.8 seconds. Ulrich's last lap, I'll tell you as he goes over the line, is a 145.6. He's matching Sean Lourero's time, so he's desperately trying to claw back that gap. His quickest a 145.1, so he's half a second give or take of his quickest lap. You are watching SARCO's live coverage of the Finger Lakes Classic 4-hour here from Watkins Glen in the United States. And this one of the December fun races. It's a compilation of team and solo driving. 3 teams here this evening with 2 drivers in each car. And then the rest of the guys are all doing a solo run. 4 hours in your rig on your own. Pit stops, toilet stops, everything all included. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on the YouTube channel, and also coverage on Dylan's Facebook page or SARCO, I'm not sure which one, but we are going out live, so feel free, drop some comments, tell us what's happening. And Terry Wilford comes into the pits. So is he about to give the car back to Christopher Radloff now? We shall see if that's the plan, or if this could be, yeah, I'm not sure. This isn't on the hour, but it is an early pit stop. So let's see. If our systems change and we see Christopher Radloff get back in the car, he might have done a tech reset on his systems. Router reboot, line reboot, PC reboot, the whole bang shoot. And hopefully he's going to recover and will be able to drive. His pace was obviously very quick, as you saw earlier. Jason Farmer now up into 5th place. He has just gone through and pushing after having an unfortunate coming together with Christopher early on. Jason racing for the lead. And now the best part of, I would say, he's a good, and he did a pit stop to do the repair, so you can see that the triangle just exiting the bus stop on the track map, that is your leader, and the red dot is Jason Farmer. So he is pretty much the boot away from being lapped, but has done a pit stop. I'm sure he topped the car up, and so he's going to be driving flat sticks now to see how far up he can get. Terry's still in the pits, so I'm sure he's handing the car over. Sheldon going past, so Sheldon O'Gullis in the BMW. He is he's bumped himself up into 6th place now. Louis Safontaine still out on track. He will be coming into the pits shortly to hand over to our one and only Dylan, and we're going to watch the progress carefully there with Dylan in the car. Charles on the YouTube, does each driver have to do a minimum? No. So there are time stints, Charles, for the team drivers. The single drivers, there are no team time. So this introduced a problem when Chris had to come in to hand the car over to Terry Wilford. So later on in the race, Christopher Radloff's going to have to drive that time back into his stint. So in that instance, for the team cars, that answer is yes. They have 2 hours each in the car, whereas the solo drivers have unlimited time because they're on their own. Terry's still in the pits and he's going a whole lap and some down. So I'm not too sure what this stop's about or if there's a problem, but we'll wait to find out. Sean, at least Ulrich de Jager now 4.1 seconds off the back of Sean Loureiro. That gap just now was 2 point something, so maybe Ulrich's had a problem somewhere, I'm not too sure. Still 11 cars. All the cars that started are still circulating. Terry's still in the pits, now down to 9th place, and they are now 2 laps down on the leaders. Louis going by the pit lane, so Louis staying out. He's probably going to stay in the car up until the hour. I expect they'll be doing a default 3 pit stop strategy where they pit every hour, put in the required fuel for that run. Right, Terry's out the pits now, although the system's still saying he is the driver. Maybe there was still an issue on Christopher Radloff's side. I'm not too sure. So Terry's taken the car out and he's continuing so long. Your leader, Sean Loureiro, in the big Mercedes-Benz, he provided some very entertaining driving in the first part of this race. Has constantly been in the top 5, but that car is all over the place, especially through the second part of the bus stop there. Around any of these corners, direction change is catching him out, and Sean Loureiro is really fighting to keep control. He hasn't crashed the car, he hasn't turned the car around. He's caught the slides very quickly, but it's very unsettling to be in this car. We'll go on board. Right here, he had a huge moment a couple of laps back. Sheldon into the pits in the BMW. So Sheldon coming in a little bit early. As we see the Aston Martin going by of Daniel, sorry. And Daniel, I think that's Jason Farmer. It is. So Jason getting the pass. We'll go back 30 seconds. Jason all over the back of this Aston. This is for position as they come through the second last corner. This is turn 10. And now through turn 11. Jason getting the Ferrari perfectly positioned. Gets the drive on. And you'll see the power of the draft. Daniel moving over, in fact, and just braking a bit early and letting Jason go right by on the outside of T1. And that pass is done. So Jason up into 4th place now. Louis had a huge moment early on in the race and lost control of the Ferrari. He did put it in the barriers and was forced to pit early, repair some of the damage to that car. He did fix it all and then took the car back out. So they dropped from their qualifying position 3rd or 4th, or no, 5th, I beg your pardon. And they are 6th overall and running well. We're about to see them come into the pits probably in the next 2 or 3 laps. And they'll hand over the car, or Louis will hand over the car to Dylan, who's then going to give it an hour stint. And Fazeko in his Ferrari, he's also had a few incidents. He collected this bump earlier and threw the Ferrari into the barriers. Cartwheel down the left-hand side as they head down to the boot, and he had to come into the pits, do a lot of repair. It has dropped him 2 laps off the leaders, so he is on lap 27. Currently, only the top 5 cars are on the lead lap. Sean Loureiro, Ulrich de Jager, Timothy Gomez, Jason Farmer, Daniel Gerling, and Louis Safontaine, all on 28 laps. Then it's Mfazeko on 27, Sheldon on 27, Terry on 27, Johan van der Vente on 26, and Matt Carter in 11th place on 26. Right, Jason eating into this gap to Timothy up ahead. So Jason trying to reclaim and get back onto the podium. And I would hesitate to guess that with his earlier collision with Christopher Radloff, he brought the car in and did a repair. I'm sure he probably brimmed the car. He might not have, depending, but considering he's driving solo, he doesn't have driver stint issues, so he could fill and then just do his pit stops staggered. In other words, every 30 minutes and not on the hour. So we'll see how that progresses as we go through this race. We have almost completed an hour, and as I say that, Matt Carter peels off into the pits. Here he comes. Oh dear, I'm going to go back some 1 minute. Oh, it's already happened, unfortunately. So Matt Carter having a huge moment somewhere. The McLaren is hurt. Bonnet is up. It's a windbreak. You can see the damage on the front of that car. That happened a minute earlier, so somewhere early around the lap. And he is just getting it back to pits as he has to. And he will do his repair and damage. A repair to the damage. Still on replay, we're watching Sean. So this is not live. We're still in replay because I took the system back a minute to see what happened, but we missed it. So Sean heading down into the boot sector, and the Mercedes seems to be a little bit better than it was early on. He was having a frightful experience. The back wheels are more ahead of the front wheels than the other way around, if you know what I mean. Ulrich de Jager also not too far back, and we're still on replay, so you're not missing much on the screen. There we go. Right, back live. That gave 5.5 seconds, Ulrich off the back of Sean. This man, Timothy Gomez, also behaving himself in his McLaren, and he is now up into third place. Jason Farmer still holding the quickest lap. Here he is. His best lap time, a 1:44.7. His last lap was a 1:45.4. So the car's not where it was, but it has done quite a distance on these tires. Matt Carter still in the pits in 11th.
Yeah, Matt Carter's steering wheel was completely skewed before he actually stopped. Before the car came up, I was in his cockpit view. Yeah, his steering wheel was, so he had some major damage somewhere, and yeah, getting that repaired now.
Lekker. Thanks for that, Lucas, and welcome to the booth.
Yeah, thank you.
Whose other streams are you able to watch, or have you got any info? Have you got any update on Terry Wilford and Chris?
Unfortunately not. I'm currently in the ACC server as a spectator as well.
Okay.
And yes, I was in the drivers channel, but not in Terry and Christopher's channel, unfortunately. So I'm not 100% sure what happened there, or what is happening there.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to have a bit of a challenge to meet the drivers' stint times, because Terry was in the pits for a long time, and I was thinking he was trying to hand the car over back to Christopher, and Christopher couldn't take it, or his internet's still not good. So Terry's back out in the car, and they are circulating 33 laps back off the leaders now. So if Chris does get back in the car, he's going to have to push us. We've just watched Jason go right past Timothy Gomez, so he has gone back up into third place. And with Ulrich de Jager 5.6 seconds of Sean Loureiro, we'll wait for the timing screen to update, and we'll give you the gap. But it's over a minute. As you can see, the leader and Ulrich going down towards the boot section. So Jason's got a lot of mountain to climb if he's going to try and get back up to the lead of this race.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure Jason's got a full tank, well, when he stopped, so he's going to try and make up all that lost time.
I agree.
With that early first pit stop.
Sean Loureiro and Ulrich have to pit, and they're probably going to be doing it in the next couple of laps. I'm going to go back on watch Sean as he comes out of the boot sector. It's almost on the hour, so if they're doing hourly stops, they're going to be coming in either this lap or the next. We'll wait to see what he's doing. I don't see any hazards or indicators, so Sean's not pitting now, and he goes past the pit entry on for another lap. Let's see what Ulrich does. Ulrich follows him, so it might be the next lap or two. In the pits comes Louis, so we're going to now see Louis hand over the car to our own Dylan. Dylan's going to climb in and do a hour stint in the SARCO liveried Ferrari, so we wish him all the best.
And I see Brandon De Santos has just jumped into the Ford, taking over from for that team.
Yes.
So that's great.
Johan,
great to see him.
Yeah, he's handed the car over from Johan. So Brandon in the Ford, and also this his usual ride, so he should be comfortable in the Mustang. And they are on lap 29 with the leaders on lap 33. So it gives you a little bit of an idea of how far back they are. Excuse me. Right, so Louis in the pits as he's busy handing over and Dylan's climbing in. They are in 6th place. Mfezeko, he has gone through, as has Sheldon. So Mfezeko and Sheldon close on track here. Sheldon hammers the curbs through the bus stop. So Sheldon trying to close in on the back of Mfezeko. This gap now just under a second. And this is for 6th and 7th place. So we have a dice on board. Looking at the timing screen, Ulrich 6.3 seconds. So he's falling further and further away off the back of Sean Loureiro. And that's going to allow Jason to claw back some time. But as you said, both of those drivers in 1st and 2nd have to do a pit. And we expect them to come in very shortly. As Timothy Gomez comes in, so one of the new guys to the community. He's brought the McLaren in, and Timothy, who is partnering with Dale Price, they are from another community, Simray South Africa. They are doing a team affair, and they'll be doing a driver change now. Sean having gone through, and Ulrich following him, so they're not pitting yet. Go back to Sheldon, who is closing in on the back of Mfezeko's Ferrari just up ahead there. You can see them. Right, just gone through the hour break. So we 1 hour down of this 4-hour event, the Finger Lakes Classic 4-hour. And pit stops are underway. But due to earlier dramas, we have a staggered pit stop happening between the attacking Jason Farmer in 3rd and the leaders Sean Loureiro and Ulrich de Jager. Matt Carter on the YouTube saying he had to retire. The Moser pit house changed the steering angle from 540 to 900. So his steering went completely out of whack. So unfortunately we've lost Matt. And that's the one McLaren gone by the wayside. Bad luck there, Matt. Unfortunate, man. Now we see Sheldon all over the back of Mfuzeko's Ferrari. We're going to go on board with the BMW and see how Sheldon approaches this. He wants to get by here nice and quickly. We have a... Sorry?
Mr. Terry Wilford just had a incident with the wall at turn 1.
Oh, no, I missed that.
Yeah, it just happened now, yeah.
Let's go back 30 seconds. We'll catch this. Here we go. Right, Helicam views. He goes over the start-finish line. And it's Terry in the car. Breaks into T1. Now hits his braking marker. Oh, and slides it through T1. Catches it. Slides it some more. Oversteers it and collects the outside barrier. So, bit of a problem there for Terry. Gets the car going. No traffic coming, and rejoins, but he'll have hurt the right-hand side of that car. Thanks for the update. And our lead is in the pits, so Sean Loureiro comes in just under the hour, so he did 1 lap extra. Ulrich has now inherited the lead. So Sean, I'm sure, is adjusting tyres where necessary, topping up that AMG's tank, and he'll be leaving the pits as soon as he can. Jason Farmer coming up and out the boot sector, so this is essentially for position. He's now coming onto the start-finish line. Sean Loureiro's rolling already, he is, so that shows how much time Jason lost with the repair to that car. Sean Loureiro's out, heading into turn 2, and Jason Farmer's just heading into turn 1, so that gap's give or take 15 seconds, I would say, with pit stops done. So now we're going to see how quick Sean Loureiro can drive, lap times for the next few laps, and if Jason can keep his pace up. His last lap was a 1:45.4, so Jason doing some consistent lap times, and probably half tank, mid tanks at the moment. So car should be going as quick as it can. Terry Wilford into the pits after that incident, so he's doing a repair.
Ulrich is also in the pits now for his pit stop.
Well done.
Yeah, so we'll see where he gets out.
Right, watching Ulrich as he peels down the pits, looking for his pit box. They're all down at the end of the pit lane. Now we're going to see the gap between him and whether Sean Loureiro got a good in-lap and out-lap. Sean Loureiro is currently coming out the boot. And that gap between him and Jason, 11.3 seconds. Charles, your solo drivers are Sean Loureiro, Jason Farmer, Ulrich Diaker, Matt Carter, who's retired the car, Sheldon O'Gullis in the BM, Mfazeko, and Daniel Hurling, all doing solos. Your teams are Brandon Dos Santos and Toki, as we see the Mercedes struggling through there. Dylan Hall and Louis Safontaine, they're teamed, and Terry Wilford, Christopher Radloff are teamed, and Timothy Gomez and Dale Price are teamed up. So 4 two-man teams and 6 single drivers. There we go. Tyrone saying good luck to Mr. Dale Price. Dale Price is indeed in the car. I have seen this name before in a couple of LFM races, so I know he's been around. And he was giving us an update that he has come to drive in his, I think, one of his first endurances, coming from Simrace SA's community. So good luck to Dale. As we jump up ahead to see Jason Farmer, 3.4 seconds off Ulrich Diaker. So pit cycles are done. Ulrich 7 seconds off the back of Sean, but Jason Farmer close, 3.4 seconds off the back of Ulrich and attacking. Ulrich last lap was a 2 minutes .257. That was his exit lap from the pits. Jason's last lap a 1:45.2. Let's pop down. Here is Mr. Dylan Hall. Oops. That's not looking too good. There's a lot of shaking and rattling and rolling going on with Dylan's car. Mfazeko running very wide as he goes through T1. Might have had to lift there to avoid getting a track cut. I hope that's not... Oh, it's Christopher Radloff back in the car now. So Christopher Radloff back in the Ferrari. And Matt Carter has done something from the YouTube and done a reset and climbed back in the car. So well done for that, Matt. He is in the pit lane waiting for... No, he's not. Sorry. Excuse me. I'm just seeing him still on my camera app, but he's not there. Brandon Dos Santos in the big Mustang. He's currently last on track. Up ahead of him is Christopher Radloff. Over the pits he comes, and that's a 2 minutes 59. So that was a pit stop driver change. And the car looks good. So I'm hoping that Christopher's managed to sort out his netcode issues. We're going to go back to Dylan. Dylan's car doesn't look good at all. So we're not going to watch Dylan for now. Mfazeko's looking a little okay. My stream is running 10 kilobits per second, so it's not me. There's still a car out there somewhere that is doing some bad netcode that you can see on the stream. Sorry, carry on, Lucas.
No, sorry. I do notice that the P5 Girling's thing is a little bit high, so I don't know if that might be one of the causes of the slow network or slow server.
It could be. What I'm going to do, Lucas, quickly, I'm just going to take us to the promo video of the Mercedes GT3 live doing a lap, and I'm going to do a reset on my game quickly just to see if I can fix this. So bear with us on the stream. We'll be back with you in about 2 minutes. Right, we're back and live. I've done a reboot and a reset. We've got track corners back online, and Dylan has just gone past Radloff, who's got hazards flashing on his car. So everything's looking good this side. Possibly a connection issue somewhere. I believe there is a storm and a lot of rain going on in Joburg, so you never know where the problem could be, but we're back and we're good. Thanks for hanging with us. Let's go up to the leader. Here he is. It's Sean Loureiro, and he's 8.2 seconds up ahead. Ulrich de Jager still in second place, and in the background you can see that is Dylan's Ferrari and Christopher Radloff that are side by side. No, it's not. Sorry, that was Dylan and Jason Farmer, who has just gone past Dylan. There we go. So Jason Farmer in third place, 2.9 seconds off the back of Ulrich, and there we go. So Jason putting another lap down on Dylan's car. Dylan on 37 laps and Jason Farmer on 39. So all good and back online. Daniel in his Aston Martin, he is in fourth place, and then Dale Price in fifth place in his McLaren and going well. His first team affair, so an endurance race. So they've completed a pit stop, driver change, everything went according to plan, so everything's good that side. Oh, there's Terry on the YouTube saying they both had to disconnect and then reconnect, so that was the huge drop off just now. That's such bad luck, Terry, but glad you're back online and going, sir. Right, and for Zeko, looking at Sheldon or Gullis now up ahead, or the other way around. I think Sheldon's finally got past him for Zeko. These guys 8/10 apart, so indeed Sheldon's managed to get the BMW past the Ferrari and up into sixth place. Jason Farmer 3 seconds off the back of Ulrich, so let's just do some comparatives. Sean Loureiro, here he is coming through the boot section, and his last lap a 1:45.3. Ulrich de Jager coming into that same corner, 1:45.6. However, Jason Farmer 1:45.7. So Jason Farmer, there he is. That Ferrari up ahead, behind him is Dylan in the SARCO car, and Jason, we know, is on a staggered pit stop due to the issue he had earlier on, so he should be pitting somewhere around the half an hour mark in about 16 minutes, give or take, and he'll do a full cycle on his pit stop, which is then going to drop him back again. So he's always going to be chasing the gap to the pit stop gap to the two drivers up ahead, but is comfortably in third place. For Sean Loureiro, Ulrich de Jager and Jason Farmer, all three on 41 laps. Daniel Gerling, here he is, he's now going over the line and he goes on to lap 40. Dale Price coming out of the boot through the last two corners, and he'll be going over the line and going on to lap 40. He is, well, I'd say about 20 seconds off the back of Gerling up ahead. Then Sheldon O'Gullis around the bottom of the boot sector. He is also going to be going on to lap 40. So they are all on the same lap, as is Mfazeko there in the background. And Dylan Hall, in fact, also on lap 39, same lap as the cars ahead. So Dylan's challenge, I'll probably say about 25 seconds back off the back of Mfazeko. Christopher Radloff, a lap down. He's in the car at the moment, and he's going to be going as quick as he can on 38 laps. And Brandon DeSantis in the Mustang, he goes over on 38 laps. So 38 to 41, 3-lap difference across the field right now. Let's sit on board with Dylan. Helmut Cam in their Ferrari, and we'll see his handling's going. Looks all nice and clean through there as he exits turn 9. Now this little flick left for turn 10, second last corner. And turn 11 completes the 11 corners round Watkins. Dylan's last lap. 147.1, so doing the best he can, keeping the pace on in the SARCO livery. Car's looking superb out there. Right, back with him for Zeko, and he is trying to hang on to Sheldon's BMW and is hanging on to the back of that. That gap 1.3 seconds at the moment. Jason Farmer now 3.5 off the back of Ulrich. So Jason's struggling to hold on, and I would hesitate that's due to his tyres now being spent. And he will be due to be doing a pit stop sometime in the next couple of laps. Lucas, if you get a chance, maybe you can pop down and go and listen and see what Dylan's saying and how comfortable he is and what his feelings are, and come back and let us know, sir.
I will definitely do that now quickly.
Lekker, man. Okay, back here with Dylan in the SARCO Ferrari. Right, as you see, the purple little flag goes up next to Christopher Radloff. As expected, he is going to be going flat sticks to try and make up the time lost. Terry Wolford's got his feet up, maybe having a beer and taking a break. Christopher Radloff, quickest lap of 144.1. Jason Farmer, who previously had the quickest lap, was a 144.7. So Christopher Radloff is 6/10 quicker at this moment in time, and has gone past, or not unlapped, but has passed the Aston Martin of Daniel Girdling. So everything looks good with his internet right now. The car looks 100%. His last lap of 145.2. So Christopher going and trying as hard as he can to make up the distance to those up ahead of him. Unfortunate with this game, and disconnects and reconnects, you do lose a whole 2 laps at least. But that's endurance racing. At least the guys are still out and lapping, and they're going to see if they can claw their way back up into the top 5.
Yeah, Dylan's feels very comfortable in the car at the moment. So he's just he's just scary. He's just trying to get the best laps he can in and make up some time to get closer to the P7s and P6s.
Yeah. I thought I'd maybe go and sneak up on them, but I can't see. They're in some private channel somewhere, so we won't be able to talk to Dylan. We've done that before with Steve Koenig and myself, chatting to the commentators while they were driving. Sheldon into the pits, I see, so he's bringing the BMW in, and he's on his blocks as we were watching Chris getting very loose and wide through that hairpin at the bottom of the boot sector. So Mfazeko's gone through into 6th place as he goes through the bus stop, and it's all about keeping the car out of trouble and out of other people's problems, and the whole art of endurance racing. It's you against the track, as well as the competitors, your fellow competitors. But the biggest challenge is keeping the car on track, not getting a track cut. 3 of those and you get an unnecessary drive through, and also nailing your pit stop so that you don't speed in or speed out of the pit lane. Yeah, Toki, that's a good question. I think Nkulu put it earlier, but that was due to an accident he had. So I think he's out of cycle, also doing it solo. So he won't be pitting on the hour. It'll probably be something like about, from now, it's going to be 20-25 minutes more or less, and then we should see Mfiziko come back in. but he's lapping as he is. Looking up ahead now at Jason, 3.3 seconds off the back of Ulrich. So you just saw Ulrich going through there. That gap is closing down. There it is. That is first and second place. So 3.3 seconds, and Ulrich 8.8 off the back of Sean Loureiro. Ulrich also just trying to keep the car out of the barriers, make no mistakes. Last laps, Ulrich does a 1:45.9. Jason does a 1:45.2. He made up a half a second on that last lap. So Jason is, you can see second place right up ahead of him, and he's going to go at it. Oh, Toki saying he messed up and spent 3 minutes and 42 in the pits. Eesh. Net Asia. Bad luck there, Toki. Brandon now in the big Mustang, so he is doing his best, and still a lap down off the back of Christopher. Christopher on in 9th place here on 42 laps. He is chasing the likes of Sheldon O'Gullis, who was in the pits. Sheldon having just gone over the line now and through T1. So that's the gap between 8th and 9th. As Dale Price comes in pretty early in the McLaren. That wasn't an hour stint, I don't think. So they're probably also out of cycle. We'll see if Dale's going to hand the car over. He is one of the teams. And had Timothy Gomez in the opening session. But this I'm not too sure if this is a scheduled stop or not. But anyway, they're in the pits. That's going to promote him for Zeko as he goes past. And he now bumps himself up into 5th place. Dylan Hall, he's coming round and he's going to go on to lap 44. So this won't be a position change for Dylan. It will. Yes, he starts lap 44 now, so he's going past Dale Price in the pits, so Dylan moves himself up into 6th place. Next for the line is Sheldon, who's coming up out of the boot section. So Dale needs to get a move on, and he does. He is rolling. That's Team Go Slow, they've called themselves, and out the pits they go. Looks like Dale's staying in the car, so possibly a double stint. Yeah, I think so. So Dale's still in the car, and he is he's going to stay in that car. He drops down to 7th place overall. Sheldon coming onto the start-finish line and going on to lap 44. So that will be Sheldon's target, the McLaren. And there we go. Sheldon's last lap, a 1:47.8. Yeah, Toki, hard pull to swallow. I hear you, buddy. Right, Jason closing in more and more. It's now 2.7 seconds. Ulrich is watching his mirrors. You can see Jason's coming. It's that Jaws theme going on in the background.
I just had a little bit of a chat amongst GSSRT guys, the P1 to P3s. Yeah, poor Jason. Yeah, when his tires is going off very badly with I feel he ran.
Yes.
After pit stop, trying to make up some time. Yeah, so he's just keeping it together. And I don't know what his strategy is going to be next, but
okay.
I reckon he's just going to try and keep the positions until the end of the race. Yeah, and Ulrich is feeling very comfortable in his Ferrari, and yeah, he's just trying to keep to his pit strategies and keeping the race clean.
What's Sean saying about the Mercedes? Is it better now?
Yeah, it seems like the Mercedes is handling much better with low fuel. So, yes, Sean said, with high fuel level, the rear end just doesn't want to grip at some stage. Yeah, so, yeah, it's a little bit of a struggle with high fuel. So, yeah. But the last few laps on the stint is more comfortable and being able to pull away from the guys in P2 and 3.
Good. I think Sean's quicker solution there would possibly be on the full tank, just increase his traction control a bit to try and hold on to the rear end of that Mercedes, because it was certainly lively when at the start of the race.
Yeah, I think as last I saw, his traction control was on 4 already. So yeah, I think it might be already on the maximum, around the maximum. I haven't driven the Mercedes for quite a while. So yeah.
Okay. Some good feedback there. Thanks, Lucas. Shoal, to answer you, the triangle is the leader of the race. So car 23 is the triangle. That's Sean Loureiro going through T1. And the red dot is the car we're currently watching, which is Jason Farmer. So that shows the gap, the triangle being the leader, number 75 being Ulrich, just up ahead of Jason, and Jason in third place, but due to pit stop soon. So that gives you an idea of what's happening on the track map there, sir. Big gaps, obviously, as expected in the endurance racing, but this, the closest gap. Jason struggling, as you said, with tyres. He's down to 45.5s with a quick lap of 44.7. That's still not bad considering the tyres are cooked, but his gap 2.4 seconds. He's just trying to maintain this gap. Ulrich just up ahead of him, 8.2 seconds off the back of Sean Loureiro. So first, second and third still relatively close, except for the staggered pit stop. That's going to come into play at the end of this race in the last 30 minutes, because Jason is going to have to do his pit stop with about 30 or 35 minutes to go, maybe a little bit less if he's running broomed pits, fuel tanks, and then there'll be a little splash and dash at the end. But I kind of think this is going to be your first, seconds and thirds for the moment being, if no major drama happens on track just up ahead.
It does look like that Christopher and Terry sorted out their problems, the glitches.
Yes.
Christopher just did a fastest lap so far with a 1:44.195. So yeah, I think he's at the back of Dylan at the moment, and I think he's trying his best to make up a few positions before he probably hands it over back to Terry at later stage.
Yep. Now he's going like a man possessed. His last lap of 45.2, so about a second off the quickest lap time, but still going as fast as he can. In 9th place, he is now on the same lap as Sheldon O'Gullis and Dale Price up ahead of him. So he has the potential to make up 2, 3, 4, 5. He should be able to get back into 5th place by the end of the race. Well, him and Terry, but with Christopher having to swap the car over early due to some netcode problems and dramas, he's going to have to put in an extended driver stint in to make up that time, because they have to do 2 hours each. That's what the service settings have been set for, and I don't think he has done a full hour. Well, he's gone through an hour now, but they need to balance it out if they're participating as a team. So Christopher Adloff, on he goes. Back here with Dylan now as he comes up the hill. Dylan's last lap of 1:46.0. So Dylan's picking up the pace. He's getting comfortable with the Ferrari now, and he is looking for Mfazeko, who is 19 seconds and some change up the road. You can see Mfazeko's car number 251. He's going over the start finish line now, so that's Dylan's target. That's who he's chasing. The numbers relate to the car numbers, and you can see the car numbers in the white column on the timing screen if you're new to the game, and that's the data that we're kind of working with here. Back with Jason, and this gap now to Ulrich is nothing. And this was 2.7 seconds. It's now under a second. So Ulrich's had a huge moment somewhere. and it's allowed Jason, with his very overworked tires, to close right up on the back of Ulrich de Jager. We're going to just watch these two because this is closed into a big race right now. I do not have the access to Dylan's Facebook page, so I can't see the comments there, guys. But thanks for watching. Thanks for joining. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Dylan will be back in the box, and Sheldon's back in the pits with the BMW again. So Sheldon's not happy with something on the BMW. He is he pitted about 6 or 7 laps ago, and he's back in the pits again. So he's going to drop down. That's going to allow Chris Radloff to go past him. Here's the BMW. And this is half an hour in to the stint. So not a planned pit stop. Oh dear. I think did he just disconnect?
I think he just disconnected.
He's
yeah,
just
I was
gone.
just honest. Yeah.
Yeah. So Sheldon's just vanished. And I don't know if they're having a problem, but that's Sheldon and Toki having a big issue for Sim Stuff Racing. They might have, or hopefully they get back on the server. Maybe it was, I don't know. We'll keep you up to date on what we know, but they have just disconnected. Right, traffic. It's Mfezeko just up ahead of Ulrich de Jager, and here comes Jason. He's now within touching distance, attack distance. But looking at the clock, 2.5 hours left. This is on the half hour, and it's more or less time for Jason to probably start putting the car or getting ready to put the car in the pits, I'm sure. But right now, this is, Ulrich hammers over that curb and the Ferrari bouncing quite heavily. That's what caught him for Zeka out just now. Jason so smooth through the corners. Ulrich is looking very squirrely in that Ferrari. We'll go into the camera view from Jason. And Ulrich getting out the way, so he's probably having a problem.
Yeah,
and
I think he might be struggling with some.
We're going to go back quickly.
Place, yeah.
Umfazeko in the Ferrari, he comes round the hairpin. I'm on a replay right now, and Umfazeko struggling to get the car to grip through there. Up the hill and round the next right-hander, which is turn 8, he was all out on the outside, and Jason did a big send up the inside. Right here, Umfazeko goes off the track. He's very slow here and braking in a strange place, getting out of the racing line and letting the leaders go right by. So Umfazeko having a problem from 5th place, but he has picked that up. He is not fighting those behind him. They are a lap down. So I think Umfazeko just thinking better of it, get out of the way of the oncoming traffic. And on they go. But Jason has in fact done the pass. Ulrich just staying out the way. These guys are sharing commentary as we heard now from Lucas. So Ulrich probably saying, go, you carry on, because you're much quicker right now with the lighter fuel load. He's not too bothered about losing a position, although he has increased that gap quite rapidly. 1.5 seconds is Jason up the road already. And but we're expecting him to come into the pit shortly.
Yeah, Sheldon just posted something on the SARCO Discord. Yeah, he had to retire early. It is his first solo endurance attempt, and he couldn't sit in his office chair any longer. So it's a driver fatigue there that's kicking in. So yeah, that's unfortunate. But hopefully next time we'll have him in a team with endurance, and we'll see how they can he and someone else can do as a team.
That's bad luck, Sheldon. Yeah, those BMWs, they aren't the most comfortable of cars, I know. Oh, shame. Bad luck, buddy. Right, so another team by the wayside that I'm going to actually do a camera update here so I can just get the current driver listing. That was unfortunate, but that's what it is. It's endurance racing. It goes to show that it's not an easy thing as some people think it might be. So 9 cars left. Brandon DeSantis into 9th place in the big Mustang. So him and Toki still running last, but not far a lap down at the moment off the back of Christopher Radloff. Christopher Radloff busy chasing down Dale Price, who is almost going to start the next lap, and Christopher Radloff is car 21 up at the top of the screen near the bus stop. So the best part of 3/4 of a lap behind. Jason Farmer, here he is, and his last lap of 45.2, so still doing very consistent lap times, and trying to increase the gap to Ulrich. That gap was 1.4 seconds, now 2.4. So Jason into second place, 8 point something, almost 9 seconds off the back, 8.3 seconds off Sean Lerrero. Dylan, 9.8 seconds off the back of Mfezeko's Ferrari. So Dylan, his last lap of 146.7, and Mfezeko up ahead doing 47.8. Lakatoki, you got to keep at it. It's not over. These guys up ahead could still have some net issues and possibly a disconnect. I know it's only 4 hours, but it's an endurance. Got to get the car to the finish line. Over the line goes Dylan, and his last lap of 46.9. Mfezeko was a 49.2, so he made up 3 seconds there. That gap is now 7.8 seconds. We'll do a lap from in the car with Dylan. Here he is. We'll see what his steering inputs look like. Through here it's all calm and collected, flat out through this section, long extended back straight, and then the action starts as he heads into the bus stop. Car looks good and stable through there. Dylan happy with the inputs on the steering wheel. Feathers the car through that long right-hander and now heads down to the boot section. Double apexing that corner, needs to stay off the bump, and there up ahead is Mfezeko. So you can now see the gap. We'll wait for the cars to go over the next split. Oh, Dylan mounting the curb there through the hairpin at the bottom. Caught the car quick enough. Sorry, that's not Mfezeko up ahead. That is Brandon DeSantis, I think. Gap now 6.9 seconds is Dylan, so he indeed is closing in. That's actually a Ferrari. I think it's Christopher Radloff. So his last lap of 145.3, and this lap he's flashing at Mfezeko to please ask him if he can let him go by. He is still busy unlapping himself. So once he gets past Mfezeko, he will then essentially be one full lap behind Mfezeko's Ferrari. He gets a huge draft onto the back straight. He should have this done by the time they get to the bus stop. He's looking, he's not, he brakes. Mfezeko takes his line and runs very wide and off the track. Oh,
that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. I think he's put it into the barriers there. There goes Dylan. So that's a pass for position. So Dylan goes through, and Mfezeko, unfortunate there. He had a very bad bounce through that bus stop. Car bounced left, right, and then headed right. And he's put it into the barriers again. So next update we should see, in fact, it's 5th place. When they get to the line, we should see Dylan. Yes, there we go. So Dylan into the top 5. So the SARCO car doing really well, having had a substantial contact early on, but this is what happens in endurance racing. People have dramas up ahead and have to pit to do repairs, and that's how the positions change. Jason now 5.3 seconds up the road from Ulrich. He still hasn't pitted yet, and we're 40 minutes into the stint, so I'd say it's going to happen very soon. Although he probably brimmed the car with that extra 20 litres, so he's probably trying to run it back to the normal pit stop strats on the hour. And he should be able to do that over the next 2 hours, which will then put him on a level pegging with the pit stops of Sean Lerera and Ulrich. Welcome to everyone on the YouTube. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. A couple of drivers have been in and out, couple of incidents. There's been some action going on, but it is Sean Lerera leading in the Mercedes, Jason Farmer in second place, and Ulrich de Jager in third place. We're expecting Jason to pit sometime soon. Here he is. There in the background you see Ulrich in third place. Then we have Daniel Gerling in his Aston Martin, who is just cycling as a solo driver, sitting comfortably in fourth place. And Dylan Hall has managed to bring the SARCO Ferrari into the top 5, and he is coming out the boot section where the car is chasing, who's Gerling 420, is heading down into the boot section. So Dylan's next target is literally almost a whole lap ahead of him. Jason goes flying past the pit, so he's not pitting now. This is a little bit of the grey area where we as commentators don't have input on what the pit strats are. But we kind of thumbsuck what's happened based on what we've been watching. Jason had an unfortunate coming together with Christopher early on in the race and had to pit to do repairs to the car, and did that out of sequence, not on the hour, but with, you know, between the half hour and the hour. Pitted the car, did a repair, probably put on some boots and filled the car, but he's brimmed it to run an extended session so that he can try and make up the time and get the car back onto the hourly pit stops. That's what I presume he's doing. And we'll know shortly, because if he comes into the pits with 15 minutes to go, he is eating into that stagger on the pit stop strats. He is he's past Ulrich, so he is essentially in second place, but net on the track Ulrich will be in second place by a good few seconds if Jason does have to pit soon. Having a look at him for Zeko, here he is in sixth now. He hasn't pitted after that little issue at the bus stop, but you can see the front of the Ferrari is very scuffed. He's going to hang on until he's probably got 15 minutes until he's got to do his pit stop. Dale Price, here he is in seventh in the McLaren, and he's on the same lap as him for Zeko. Radloff, here he is, and he is one lap back off Dale Price now, so he's busy trying to unlap himself as far up as he can, and by my reckoning and his pace, he should be able to get up to Dylan Hall by the end of the race to the SARCO Ferrari, or fifth place. That's where I think they will probably finish, but time will tell. Sean Lerera, here he is. His last lap was a 46 flat, so has a better setup. The tire pressures are better in the car, and he's driving the car at its capabilities now. He's comfortable with it. Lucas saying that some earlier commentary, he was saying the car's an absolute pig when it's full of fuel, but it gets better and better as it lightens up. I'll tell you what, that's Jason. He's only 4.3 seconds behind now. Jason Farmer doing 45 twos with Sean Lerera doing 46 zeros. So he is taking 0.8 to a second a lap out of Sean Lerera's Mercedes. And Jason is definitely driving himself back into the contention of this race. You can hear the Mercedes thundering through the last turn. Jason now through the last turn. There's the Mercedes. You can see it, and that gap is a lot closer already. Sean Lourero's last lap of 45.6. Jason a 45.4. The gap 4.2 seconds. So this race is on. Sean Loureiro knows he's coming. It's all about the pit strat that these guys are having to deal with, but we'll see how that unfolds as we head up to the hour.
It almost feels like Jason is trying to catch Sean before he has to pit.
I agree. That's
yeah.
He is. He's because Sean's next as Brandon brings the Ford into the pits. Sean Loureiro is not far away from their regular stop on the hour. It's going to be, we don't know, but there's 13 minutes left. Sean is definitely getting, at least Jason's definitely getting closer, and he's trying to nullify that stagger. I know I kind of sound like I'm repeating it, but that's what's going on here. This is not the real-time position on the track because of this pit strat. However, as I said, if Jason has in fact brimmed the car to full literage, he can close up that stagger over the next 2 pit stops. By the time we get into the last hour here, he's going to be there or thereabouts with the real-time race leader. Ulrich 8.2 seconds off the back, so he has dropped back a little bit. He is last lap a 145.8, so almost half a second off the back of Jason. And we'll see if he's possibly, is he pitting now? He is. So here comes Jason at 2 hours and 13 minutes. So 13 minutes off the hour, Jason comes into the pits. There goes Ulrich in the distance, so he's going by. So he's made up at least 10 minutes on that extended pit stop. This one is going to brim, so it's going to be a little bit of a longer pit stop, but he's going to put more fuel in so he can get to the 1 hour on the mark and be on the same strat as his teammates Sean Loureiro and Ulrich Diache. There he stops.
I'm pretty sure that they will be changing tires at every pit stop, and
agreed.
Doesn't matter if you fill up with 100 liters or 120 liters, it's still 30 seconds
It's
for
the same
pit stop.
time.
So yeah,
Yep.
same time. So yeah, Jason should be running 65-minute stints in the next 2 stints. So yeah, which is quite comfortable in the Ferrari
Yes.
at the moment. Yeah.
Dylan was talking about me doing a ridiculous, what sorcery is this move? A couple of months back we were involved in an endurance at Paul Ricard, and I was racing with my teammate Daniel, and Daniel pulled a strat out the hat and said, if I can change the Ferrari's pit stop fuel consumption, change the engine mapping to, almost like pace lap or slow lap, and we had 40 or 50 seconds gap on the guys ahead of us who still had to do a pit stop, and I did a 1 hour 35-minute stint in that Ferrari with the car sucking fuel through a straw, and we managed to pass them and take that position.
That is crazy. Yes.
1 hour 30 in a Ferrari on Paul Ricard.
But that is also one thing about the Ferrari. It's quite fuel efficient,
Yes.
and in comparison with bigger engines and so on. So yeah, they can run longer stints.
Yep.
Longer stints depending on your drive style and your engine mapping.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
I was wringing a rag of fuel, and I was coasting through corners. I was taking corners in 6th instead of 3rd. I was just like little sips of fuel, and yeah, we managed to get 1.5 hour, 1 hour 35-minute stint out of that car, and held that position. Tyrone saying,
Yes.
please do that in the Lambo, I'll wait. Tyrone, hold my beer. Right. Ulrich. Jason is out the pits. And it looks like he stayed in net 3rd. So that's it. Now we need to see the guys up ahead. This is first lap since pitting. So this is a 239.8. We'll wait for Ulrich to come over the line. He's coming up and out the boot, as is Sean Loureiro. And that time separation will be what the pit stop strat will dictate in the next hour. So it's going to make for interesting racing as we get to the last hour, just before 9. Or actually, we're a bit behind, so it's going to be on the way to about 9:45 at night. But that's first, second, and third that are in the thick of it. This race is not over. I know I keep on saying I'm a gambling man. I'm not prepared to put any money on this race. I have no clue right now. Jason's doing the job, and I think he's going to get to the back of that Mercedes. Sean Lerera is struggling with the handling. He's not as quick, but he is net first on the track. So everybody on YouTube, tell us who you think is going to win this race. Let's get some answers as we're halfway through. What are your opinions? And we'll see what happens towards the end of the race. Lucas, who's going to win? What's your thinking?
To be honest, I personally think Jason has a great chance, yeah. But yeah, you can't discard Sean, because he's very consistent in that Merc, and he's actually doing pretty well in that Merc.
He is.
Yeah.
Mfuzeko peels into the pits in the Ferrari. It's looking very bent and battered. So this is his usual pit stop, but it'll be a little bit longer due to repairs. So he's going to drop back. Dale Price, here he goes in the McLaren, and he has in fact passed him for Zeko, so Dale goes up into 6th place. Christopher Radloff is an entire lap and a bit down. He is round the boot, so he will get to Mfuzeko on the main straight, and then he's only 1 lap behind him for moving up into 7th place, with Johan van der Vente back in the car, in the Mustang, and they are still on lap 56, 3 laps back, with Johan saying on the YouTube earlier he had a huge problem and lost like 3.5 minutes in the pits. So the Mustang out for an R&D drive more than participating, fighting for position drive right now. Sean driving in the Get Speed liveried Mercedes, still happy in the car, but heading up towards the hour. And the gap to Ulrich now 13.9 seconds as he goes through T2 and starts climbing up the hill. Jason Farmer coming out the boot sector, so that's the distance that pit stop will negate when Ulrich and Sean Lerera come into the pits. Oh, they're going to be close. I'm telling you, they're going to be close. Antonia, clearly, she's not wanting to jinx this, but her boy, Jason, has got a really good chance of a win. I'm kind of leaning along those lines as well. It was a really bad luck collision that Jason had. But what he's done to alter the pit strat, he might have to put the car into a little bit of coast mode, maybe change the ECU. Who knows? We'll see. But 13 minutes off the hour, he did that pit stop, and I think he's in with a good fighting chance for winning this. Brandon saying we lost another 2 minutes. Oish.
Yeah, I can see Sean fighting the Merc in the corners, trying to keep it the car on the track. So he's getting at the end of his tire life at the moment. So probably next lap or two, probably see him coming in.
His last lap of 45.7. Jason doing 45.3s with a full tank. So half a second quicker. He is trying to close that stagger. Ulrich de Jager, he over the line, he comes a 46.2. So Jason 8/10 quicker than Ulrich, and obviously closing in on that place. So that's your net first, second and third place between these three. Daniel Gerling on lap 62, now going to be starting lap 63. It's a little bit too tall a mountain to climb, but he is there or thereabouts for fourth place with Dylan for SARCO in his Ferrari, about half a lap back. So Dylan still has a good chance if he can close in on Daniel Gerling to make up another position, and that'll put the SARCO car into fourth place in this SARCO Finger Lakes Classic 4-hour endurance. So Dylan knows exactly what he has to do. He'll be joining us in the box probably in the next 10 minutes as he hands the car back over. Louis getting in the car, and he'll do his stint. And then we'll hear, I'm sure Dylan's going to probably run the last stint. But then again, they might change it mid-race and he might stay in for a double stint and then let Louis finish the race. Jason, super aggressive but super stable through the bus stop. His last lap of 45.1, he went even quicker. So he's almost in the 44s. The car must be as light as it can be now. He can't have much. Oh, no, sorry. My apologies. He's just pitted. So he's running a full car and doing 45.1s.
Yeah, I think he's probably running 105 liters at the moment.
Yeah.
Or so, yeah. Not at the full capacity, but enough to make up that lost time.
Sorry, I was referencing or thinking that Loureiro, who has to pit soon, he's going to be almost out. And his last lap was a 45.5. So he knows Jason's coming, and there's nothing he can do. He's just got to try and keep the car on track and do consistent low or mid 45s. But as he said in their channel, the Mercedes is running better as it gets lighter. He's not happy with the car when it's full. So when he comes out the pit, he's going to be loaded, and that's going to give Jason the chance to close in on that gap. Same goes for Ulrich. They both have to pit in the next probably 2 or 3 laps, I'd say.
I can just imagine what's going on in that
channel. Yeah.
That channel there. Jason giving Sean a hard time, telling him he's gonna catch him. He's gonna catch him. Yeah. But it's great competition between the teammates.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good clean racing, but good also, proper racing. The guys are not giving away positions. They're actually out there and racing and having fun. That's what it's about. Ulrich through the last turn, and he's not going to pits. So probably a lap or 2 laps. 2 minutes and 10 seconds away from halfway through this race, ladies and gents. Sean Loureiro, Ulrich de Jager, and Jason Farmer coming over the line shortly. All on lap 66. Then Gerling, here he is coming up out the boot, and right behind him, no, sorry, that's Dylan Hall over the start-finish line. So Dylan and Gerling on 64 laps. Then it's Dale Price, here he is. He's a lap down on 63 laps. Christopher Radloff, busy unlapping himself and going like a man possessed. He is on 63 laps. And Mfiziko, here he is in his Ferrari, also on 63, with Johan and Brandon 3 laps back on 60 laps.
Yeah, Dylan just connected the wall a little bit on the pit straight.
Oh.
Yeah, a little bit, but doesn't seem like there's a lot of damage or hardly any damage. So like that's a good thing to see. Yeah, he just hugged the wall a little bit. Got some Ferrari paint on the wall there to show that he was driving a track today.
And a bit of wall paint on that Ferrari, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, he's wide through the donut, catches the slide, and Mfizeko follows him literally in his track. So that's what happens. You get target fixation following a car closely. If something happens with that car ahead, or it takes a different line, you're gonna follow that car and do the same mistake, because you're also gonna miss your braking marker and take a late apex and be out on the marbles, etc., etc.
Yeah, especially being in the car seat for 2 hours already, and the exhaustion
exactly
creeping up. Yeah, almost feeling like you're driving in a dream. Dylan is just entering the pit.
Yep, you see the hazards on there, so he's letting Mfizeko know he's coming in. So Oh, doesn't want to go over that line too quick. He gets his pit limiter on. So Dylan into the pits from 5th place. We'll see if he's going to double stint or if he's going to climb out. I would say he's going to climb out. Louis, get in the car, and Dylan's going to take a toilet break, and he'll be in the booth with us shortly. As he comes to his box now, and he stops. There we go. So good stint from Dylan on the hour, literally with 30 seconds. Good stint done, and not too much damage. A little bit of a scrape, as you mentioned, Lucas, but I think his times are okay there.
No, he did great in this stint. He really did great.
Just giving myself a stretch. Let's go back and see Daniel Gerling also into the pits. Yeah, he brings the Aston Martin, so he's coming in from 4th place. So Dylan won't lose too many positions here. Del Price is the next man to go by, and he has gone by. So Del Price bumps up into 5th place, and that drops both those drivers down, Daniel and Dylan, to 6th and 7th respectively, with Christopher Radloff closing in on them now. Yeah, he comes.
Louis just went in, just took over from Dylan. So
Okay.
Dylan is taking a rest, stretching his legs and his back and everything else that is sore after the stint.
It's that derriere, that's what's sore, depending on how comfortable your rig is. I sit in a comfortable office chair, but it still gets sore after a 2-hour stint at least. Ulrich in the pits, here we go. So on the hour, 2nd place comes into the pits. We need to monitor closely now where Jason is. On track, Jason is... oh my word, he's going to actually come out ahead of Ulrich. So Jason will go into 2nd place, which we expect to happen, but we need to see what that gap's going to be. That means Sean Lerera will be in the next lap or two as well. So here we go. We're halfway through this race, and the strats are starting to play out. Jason doing the best job that he could, considering, and has managed to claw his way back from 7th up to 2nd place. Christopher Radloff is now on the same lap as Louis Serfontaine, who's got into the SARCO car, and Dale Price. So he is also busy driving his way back up the field. He'll have to pit. When he pits, he's going to put Terry Wilford back in the car. And Terry's going to do his utmost to then close up the rest of the time and make up those 2 positions. I would say our commentary part this evening is all about who is going to be in the top 5, because the top 3 kind of seems tied up, but the 4th and 5th place is still wide open, and we have 2 new drivers in those positions. Daniel Gerling in the car and Dale Price, both of them having a fun race, and this looks like Radloff coming to the pits now. It is. So Christopher peeling in, he's going to... Oh, wow. That was close. We'll see if there's a stop-go for that. I think he maybe got it on the line, but Terry's ready, and I'm sure he's going to get in the car, and he's going to take over from there. I can hear Dylan's huffing and puffing in the background.
Yes, I am indeed, after my stint, and I absolutely loved it.
Well done, sir. We saw you left some of that very fancy lime green and blue SARCO paint on the wall there.
That was a little bit of a distraction with the fear. I thought he was going to go into the pits, and then what happens is you go offline, and then it's all she wrote, and then I was like, man, it was such a great stint up until then.
Exit stage left.
Well, look, I'm very happy with the fact that we were able to claw our positions back. We did get up to 5th for a bit.
Indeed.
And then Christopher Radloff decided, no, we'll just go past you guys again.
Yeah, they are busy also trying to recover. They're in the pits now, so Christopher having done a fantastic job, but the best he can do, he's going to put Terry in, I'm sure. I might be wrong here. Yes, Terry's in the car, so off he goes, and Christopher's going to take a bit of a break. They had a serious issue, as you were aware of, just before you went to drive. Other big changes and worth noting, Dylan. Daniel Gerling in 4th place and Dale Price, our new drivers.
We are chasing them down.
You are, indeed. So it's now Louis' turn. He's just going through T1, and we look on the track map for Dale Price, which is car 87, and you can see Nowhere to be seen right now.
Yeah, we're 87.
Sorry. Car 19. Here he is. So he's going down to the boot, and that's the car you're chasing. So you are, give or take, I'd say about 35 seconds off the back of that. Indeed, you're 32 seconds off the back of 5th place.
So we were essentially just monitoring, because obviously we had to get past Mufiro, we had to get past Sheldon.
Right.
And Sheldon unfortunately did make a little bit of a mistake there. And I thought Mufiro was a mistake that he made through the bus stop, which is also quite an eye-opening experience considering he was sideways on the exit. But happy to have come back, and I was 33 seconds for me to get to I don't know.
Oh no.
Oh, there you are. You're back now.
There you are.
We were hearing you on the microphone on the moon, dude.
Oh really?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Strange. Sorry. What I was saying was that
there we go. Repeat.
What I was saying is that we were definitely trying to change
No. Now you're gone again.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my mic off, I'm going to grab my dinner, and then I'll be back.
Okay, we'll chat to you just now. Sean Lourero's in the pits here.
Yes. I think he tried to push the Merc as far as possible to see if he can drive with lower fuel levels to help him during the race. Yeah. So
he stops on the blocks, and that is 7 minutes past the hour. So he ran a little bit.
Yeah.
He definitely brimmed, or put it probably, I don't know what it takes, maybe 110 is full. Jason Farmer on track, down at the boot section round, and out the boot already. So Jason Farmer is essentially going to go into the lead right now with an hour and 52 minutes to go, and one pit stop left for all three of these drivers. This is up in the air, but I have to agree with Antonia. I think Jason's going to win this race. Oh, the Merc's rolling. That was a short stop, I tell you. So there's no way he brimmed that car. I'm convinced he wasn't there for the full. He might have been for 30 seconds.
I think he was there for 30 seconds, yeah.
Okay. That gap, I'm going to say, is 12 seconds, considering. Sean out the pits, new boots, full tank. Jason's on 2 laps with an extended pit stop and trying to close down that stagger. Let's see when they go over the next split what the gap is. I'd say it's about 12 seconds. It is 9.8 seconds. 9 seconds. I think Jason's got this in the bag. Game, set, and match. Tyrone Marburg on the YouTube saying the boy is 17. Which boy? Daniel or Dale? This is his second online race. Okay, Tyrone, you need to confirm who we're talking about. Is this Dale Price that you're mentioning? In the McLaren? Dale Price, this youngster, he is only 17. This is his second race online. What? His second online race. What's he been doing for the past 3 years? He's doing superbly. His last lap, a 146.6. So he's right in amongst the likes of Daniel Gerling's time. He's quicker than Mfazeko. He's same pace as Terry Wilford. That's an amazing accomplishment. So well done to this youngster. Dale Price in his second online race, or maybe team race, I think it is, and doing a superb job in the McLaren. Mfazeko, here he is in the Ferrari and hanging on to 7th place. Chris having given the car over to Terry, and Terry Wilford. This is the legendary Terry Wilford that races in the modified V8 series. He is in a sim rig and enjoying ACC. He goes over the line now, and his last lap of 46.2. So Terry going to do his utmost to maintain that pace that Christopher was doing. Tyrone saying legit, he's an absolute alien. We're now talking about Dale Price again. He destroys everybody, and his teammate on track. His teammate is, let me just get this, Timothy Gomez. There we go. So great stuff for this youngster.
Is it working again?
Yeah, now you're back, buddy. Do you quickly fly
Amazing.
to the moon? Something's switching between your headset and your microphone on your rig.
Can't be.
Ask Lucas.
Yes, it was. Dylan. It sounded like you were down on the other end of the pit straight.
I thought you were in the.
Hello,
I thought you were in the toilets and shouting at the microphone from the toilet or something.
No, definitely not.
All right, but you're good now. You're clear. You can repeat what you were trying to tell us about that time gap that you were making up, 30-something seconds. I think that was on Mfuzeko, actually.
Yeah, so we had managed to get past Mfera. We were actually chasing down the boys in 5th place, and that's who we had our eyes on. So currently it's Price in 5th who we are chasing down.
Indeed. I was saying to Lucas that I'm pretty convinced I can put money on red that it's going to be these three for your top 3. I'm pretty convinced it's going to be Jason in 1st, with Sean in 2nd and Ulrich 3rd, but it's wide open to see who can get their cars into the top 5, and you're there or thereabouts. So lap counts, Daniel Gerling on 71 laps, Del Price on 71 laps, and you guys are about to start lap 71 now. So
yeah,
the three of you are in this, you're in it to not win it, but to get the car into top 5, possibly 4th place.
And anything can happen with the top 3 because they are all driving solo.
Louis is running with his hazards on, so somebody might want to tell him to turn those off, because people are going to think he's going into the pits when they do come up behind him.
I might be able to do that right away.
Okay.
Stand by.
Stand by. Sean Loureiro through the second last turn. He is fully loaded. It's an aircraft carrier right now, so he should be performing for us. Oh, Mfuzeko puts the Ferrari into the wall as he comes out of the last turn. Little rub. I think the mirror's still there. It is. Sean Loureiro's last lap, a 45.4. That's not bad considering he's brimmed. Oh, and there's the sideways that we know. So he is not happy with the handling when the car's full. Jason. His last lap, a 144.9. Jason is the only man in the 44s right now. Ulrich de Jager doing 145.6. So Ulrich is going to be focusing, well, not really. The top 3 are 2 laps ahead of Gerling, Price, and Safontaine. Nkulu is there or thereabouts, and Terry Wilford not too far back either. So there are essentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars that are almost all on the same lap.
So, Alan?
Yes, sir.
Quite interestingly is that Louis does not know how his hazards went on because he doesn't have buttons mapped for them.
That means you put them on when you came in the pits and he can't turn them off.
Quite possibly, yes.
Otherwise, he needs to go into his MFD and go and find hazards and he can turn them off there. But that'll be a big distraction. So he's just going to have to do something. Just be aware when those guys come up behind him. Otherwise, he can carry on. I saw you clearly put the hazards on when you were coming in. So you did exactly what you asked everyone to do.
Yes, but I didn't turn them off while I was in the pits, and he doesn't have a button to turn them off.
I got you. Are you not able to get to that on the MFD? Or I'm sure you are. Oh.
You gotta map a button on your game.
Okay. Okay, interesting. So there's a Christmas light car, SARCO car with Christmas lights that is just being a track taxi right now, but Louis out there, and let's look at the gap. Del Price right now through the final turn, and Louis coming up out the boot sector. No, he's not.
So 29 seconds.
29 there we go. 29.1 out the boot section he comes, and as long as he doesn't let his nerves get to him, I believe he will close in. Dale Price had a early pit stop. He's got a staggered pit stop, so he will be that'll put you guys into 5th place net on track. But it's we'll see how Louis maintains his pace and his laps to see if he hold on to that position.
Well, there's Louis just doing a 145.8. So that's 0.1 off his faster. So Louis looks like he's a man with a plan here.
Dylan, you just did an hour stint and I can hear you noshing away. They tell us, what is a driver of your caliber eating?
To be honest, it was a quick little pasta with some sauce that was thrown together from the wife. We had this elaborate dinner plan, and she's like, all I'm going to do is I'm going to make some pasta. I'm like, that's fine.
There we go. So it's carbs for the bodybuilding man when you wear that cap, or the judo man when you wear that cap.
Something like that, yes.
But Dylan, don't you have a packet of knickknacks there by you, or cheese rolls?
some junk food, some snacking?
No, so the whole knickknacks is a GSR joke, so to say, because we actually end up meeting at Terry's house, and all that came out was this bowl of knickknacks. And I started eating them and end up taking the bowl and end up eating the knickknacks by myself and finished my own bowl. Next thing, 2 days arrived, Ron Heineke, I thought it would be a joke, and he sent me 5 packets of knickknacks.
How awesome is that? Your fingers are bright orange after that bowl.
I've still got packets of knickknacks in my cupboard.
Lekker.
Stocked up for the next year.
Exactly.
Right. Sean Larera under the wing of the Mustang. Johan van der Vente gets out the way, takes a late apex and sends Sean up the inside through the boot section. So Sean, that could have slowed him down a little bit. We'll see what the lap time, at least the gap is to Jason. Jason himself having just gone past him for Zekel. And that gap is not, it's 7.7 seconds. So with one pit stop to go in about 43 minutes, that's wow.
Listen, I must say, to be honest, and I don't know if any of the guys are actually listening, but we had put in 100 liters, and that 100 liters would have run the car for an hour and 20 minutes. Now,
no way.
If you had put in 120 liters, that car would have possibly done 125 minutes, which means that this race could have been done on 2 stops and not 3.
Yeah, there could have been a little bit of ECU management going on there as well, I'm sure, if need be. But Jason has done the job. That crash pit stop that he took while you were with me, he brimmed the car full, put new boots on, and he has done a superb job to drive through the stagger of the 2 pit stoppers, 2 drivers up ahead of him. He's put himself net on track in 2nd place, and he's closing in on Sean. Sean knows he's coming. He pitted about 17 minutes after Jason pitted. So that's the gap, the stagger that Jason's trying to close up for the last pit stop. So myself, Antonio, and a couple of other people, I'm sure, are of the belief that it's going to be Jason in first. Sean said that the car's an absolute pig when it's brimmed, and he's just out the pits after 4 or 5 laps. So right now it's his worst kind of lap times, and he's doing 145.8s. Jason's doing 145.5s. So he's clawing back that stagger every lap, all the time.
Sure.
Tyrone, sorry.
I was about to say, I thought that Tyrone was actually going to come and join us in the comms box, because he's supporting the team that I'm chasing, and I'd love to know if Tyrone is in the chat with them.
Okay.
Charles has also said, is there no keyboard shortcut on the hazards that he could use, which I thought is quite interesting, which I'm now looking at.
If there is, it's a default mapping. You'd have to look at your default map on your system to see.
Yeah, which I'm looking at now,
so
and I don't really see it.
Charles, to answer you, what happens is we all have different steering wheels. And these wheels come in variety of configs, whether you're on a Logitech G29 or a Fanatec, and even the Fanatec range, if you're on an F1 wheel or a GT car wheel, they all have a different quantity of numbers, at least of buttons. And what you do in this game, because it has a menu that is pages long, and you can adjust, you can assign a button. So that's where my team and my PWSR little franchise, we were manufacturing button boxes for drivers just after COVID. And it gives you an additional couple of knobs and another 12 or 16 buttons. And you can assign buttons to things like engine management, brake bias, traction control, this, that, the next thing. Besides common things like your pit limiter or your radio mute or your indicators or hazards. And so our man here, Dylan, has got a button assigned to the hazards, which he put on to come into the pits. Louis is on another setup, a different wheel, and hasn't mapped a button to hazards, and that's where the problem is. So we're looking to see if the game has actually got preset keys. It would be like something like Control Shift and maybe H, and that could maybe turn the hazards on and off. And I think that's what Dylan is busy trying to find.
Look, I'm not seeing anything here straight away that's gonna say, okay, Louis, do this, and that's the last thing you want to be doing is for him to be fiddling with his keyboard while he's driving. So we're hoping that he is able to get away with it.
So you basically go down to where the hazards are, and then you look to the right to see what the keyboard key is, Dylan.
It's not hazards.
Oh.
Because my hazards are on because I pushed the left and right indicator button together.
I hear you. But the default mapping in the game, do you not see it? In controls,
yet. Yeah. In controls, okay. I'll have to go and look for that.
Yeah. All good. Okay. Back to our leader.
Said, Alan,
yes.
There are pages and pages of buttons.
Go through those pages, man. You can find it.
Oh, goodness.
LC, great race. Keep it up.
I'm also trying to look at what on a keyboard you can push. Alt left and alt right.
Is left indicator and right indicator?
Yeah, for left indicator and right indicator, yes. If it's possible, yes.
Okay.
So alt plus left indicator and alt plus right indicator on probably on the
keyboard.
The right hand side keyboard. John. Yeah, I think that is what they.
All good. Look, we're not sure if Alt L and R would then turn them both on and off, but I'm sure the man's driving. He can't exactly let go of the steering wheel to go and press the buttons now.
So, Lucas, I lost you at Alt. As soon as you got to push another button plus another button with one hand.
No, that is not going to work while you're driving. No, that's not going to work. No.
It's use your right hand, man. Alt is your thumb and L is your index finger. How hard is this?
What if the keyboard's on the other side?
Then it's your left hand. Alt's on both sides of the space bar. What the heck?
No way. No, thank you.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, at this time, I think poor Louis is just concentrating to make up some time.
Tyrone is telling you guys, no, wake up. You one press to turn them on, one press to turn them off. So if Louis wants to, he can try Alt and L or Alt and R and see if it makes a change. But I'm sure he's just too busy focusing on driving. So let's leave the indicators out for now. Jason Farmer is 7.8 seconds behind Sean Loureiro. So he is maintaining that status quo. Sean's last lap a 145.2, Jason a 145.2, Ulrich a 145.5. There we go.
Ati Pino's joined us as well. How's it, Ati? Hope you're well, man.
Brendan DeSantis saying on the YouTube, all Louis got to do is do 3 donuts on the main straight without hitting the barriers. That turns the hazards off.
And I suppose that's going to help your Mustang move up the order as well.
Lucas, go and tell Louis that's what he's got to do, bro.
I'm gonna get banned from the from a chat for the next 6 months, I think.
You'll be fired if you do that, dude.
Yeah.
Brendan's creasing right now. Ati showing a crocodile full of teeth there, so he's enjoying the coverage. Lekker, Ati. It's all to play for right now for first place with 1.5 hours left. I'm of the opinion it's Jason.
Yeah, he's had an absolute great drive.
Yeah, Antonio's of the opinion it's going to be Jason, and Dale Price comes into the pits. So the youngster peels off. I told you he wasn't staggered. Yeah.
They're out of sync.
No, I said this. He had an issue and he pitted 30 minutes. So they're out of sync. They're going to have to do a splash and dash with 30 minutes to go. But great drive by this youngster, 17, and his second online race apparently, or in a team.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
That's official. So Tyron was saying he's an absolute alien. He kicks there, you know what's, regularly, and this is his second online race.
That's incredible. Well, we'll take that 5th place. Fantastic.
Indeed you will. So Louis, what the heck, man? Hazards are still flashing. He's going down the back straight, but looking comfortable in the car. Louis' last lap of 146.3. Daniel Gerling up ahead in 4th place. His last lap of 47.2. So, and you guys are all on the same lap. Daniel Gerling on track is coming out the boot, going up the last part of the hill, and Louis Safontaine is heading down into the boot. So your target there is, I'd say, about 22 seconds, give or take. Let's see at the next.
We'll see at the next delta. Let's see how good your approximate estimate. What? Your approximate estimate guess is.
That thing. 32 seconds. Okay, I'm 10 seconds out. Still, it's all to play for, and Louis knows this. He's got to drive.
Charles now making caca for me. He's saying, shame. Louis needs to battle with some of his teammates.
Exactly. Dylan, the head of SARCO, has officially put a jinx on every car that is coming up to pass their car by running the car with hazards on.
Oh, gosh.
So whoever comes behind Louis just before the second last and last turn are going to have to brake unnecessarily. How fair is that?
And the thing is that Louis didn't even know that they were on. It just shows you how concentrating he is. How much he was concentrating.
You threw your own teammate under the bus, bro.
Well, let's see. Now look at it. If you look at the oh, Mafira, that's a big hit.
He's done it again in exactly the same place. Let's watch that replay. It's the downhill. He goes around the long left-hander into the boot sector, and he keeps the car too far to the right. He goes over the curb, and it's got like a water drain there, and he hits the whole underside of the car, and it bounces. Here it is. You're going to see it happen. We'll go to Helicam view. There he runs wide. He's on the curb, and there's the bump.
That's on that exit.
Exactly the same thing he did an hour earlier. Literally. He's probably going déjà vu. Parlez-vous français?
Mais oui.
Merci, s'il vous plaît. Sean Loureiro, onwards he goes. 83 laps after with 2.5 hours under his belt. Last lap is a 51.5. Jason Farmer doing of 145.9. We've missed it. Sean Loureiro has put it in the wall somewhere. We never saw it happen, but it has happened. I'm not going to...
Oh, Farmer. There was a lot of grass.
That was big. So, here we go. The stagger is now out the window. Sean Loureiro is just sucking air right now. That Jaws theme is in his head. He's hammered the Mercedes somewhere, and that's put a lot of damage on the car.
We'll actually be able to see the different straight line speeds now.
Look at that bonnet of Sean.
Yeah.
Look at the bonnet of Sean, yeah.
Lapping.
Ah.
Sean's probably cursing blue murder right now, but He knew the car was going to bite him. He wasn't happy with it, and he let it go somewhere and didn't catch it. I think it's also an element of driver fatigue. It's exactly what you said earlier, Lucas, about the guys getting tired. And that got away from him, and he never felt it. He never caught it. And Jason's pretty much all over the back. That Merc is running deep through the corners. He's going to have to now just drive to survive. Excuse the pun, Netflix.
No.
Yeah, don't cancel us. That I see Tyron has actually mentioned here that Sean actually had lost it on the bus stop. He's run himself out.
I'm not prepared to try and go back that far to see it happen. Oh, Nkulu's got to stop go. He sped into the pit lane. So Mfezeko is not helping his charge right now, and Terry Wilford has in fact gone past. So they are up into 7th, and their next challenge is Timothy Gomez, who's now in the car, with Daniel Gerling in the pits. So that puts Louis into a net 4th, Dylan.
Yes, man. Come on, with one more pit stop to go. And if we play our cards right, they will need to splash and dash again.
Agreed.
Well, Daniel will need to, because an hour and 28 in that car, ooh, baby. I don't think the AMR is built for that.
Well, Louis is happy. He's in the car, and all looks good. All looks well, but let's not put commentator's curse on it.
I told you, this is December. Commentator's curse doesn't happen. Go, Louis.
Yeah, but you did by putting the hazards on. And it's getting dark.
Dylan planned it.
He did. It's 10 past 5. It's going to be 6 o'clock when these guys are pitting for their last stops. It's going to be dark, and this car's driving around with hazards on.
That's a driver's curse. It wasn't commentator's curse.
That's a DT. That's a drive-through.
No, it's just a pit stop, and I'll turn them off. Don't worry, I've got buttons for it.
Okay. Mfazeko's back out the pits. The Ferrari's looking splendid. And Johanna and company down in 8th place, 9th place are still 2 laps. Well, not 3 laps, but now 2 laps off these guys. So they're slowly trying to claw back. And Mfazeko's coming into the pits now for his stop go. So that's 1 lap. The Mustang's going over the line now. Daniel Gerling still in the pits. This is a long stop for this Aston Martin. So
that must be a personal break as well.
I think so. It's maybe a tech problem, but that's given Terry Wilford another position. So they're into 6th now, from languishing down at the bottom of the order. Christopher Radloff's going to be smiling because he's going to get in for the final stint. They do need to match their driver stints to even the 2 hours each, but I think Christopher Radloff's got a good chance of catching this Gomez in the McLaren, and that will put them back up into net 5th.
As long as they don't get close to 4th, I'm happy. Because I just know the pace of Christopher Radloff. There was no ways I was going to be able to keep him behind me.
No, he was lapping huge laps, and unfortunately, he obviously had a router issue or a net issue. He gave the car to Terry, did a disconnect. Terry said on the live chat that they both had to disconnect and reconnect. So
yes.
there was a big problem there. As we see in the background, Sean Lerera still lapping behind Jason. So he has dropped off, not as much as we saw, but we'll see this lap now. The handling of this car is going to be very unpredictable, and Sean's going to have to deal with the understeer and oversteer. But here we go. First lap with the damaged car. It's a 47.8, so he is 2 seconds a lap off his normal pace.
Sure. Even I could beat Sean Lerera with that pace.
There was a lot of damage he incurred. And it happened where it usually happens, in the middle of the bus stop, because that car gets very squirrely, as you saw earlier through there, and he just couldn't catch it. Nikita Safontaine saying, "Go El Safontaine" on the YouTube. So Nikita's shouting for a partner in the family. I'm not sure if that's wife or daughter, but Louis getting some huge support there. Who is it, Dylan?
I'm not too sure, but definitely family of Louis.
All good.
So Nikita, maybe you could just let us in on wife, daughter.
Yeah.
cousin,
aunt,
dare I say mother.
yeah, share with us.
So please put us out of our misery. Just let us know so that we stop A, guessing, and B, insulting you.
Right. On board with Ulrich, who is 7.5 seconds off the back of the ailing Mercedes. That is the Mercedes up ahead. Is it? No, it's not. There's a car in between them.
That's the Mercedes, yeah.
No, there's a car behind this Mercedes. I think it is, yeah, it's Timothy Gomez. So that's who Ulrich is coming up to catch soon, but it's not for position. Timothy Gomez on lap 83 going on to 84, and Louis Safontaine on lap 84 is coming up around the hairpin in the boot sector. So he is net half a lap and some change ahead of Timothy Gomez. So that position looking good for you guys.
That suits me just fine.
And you can see the gaps up ahead. Farmer 6.5 seconds ahead of Lerera, who's 6.8 seconds ahead of De Jager. But that is going to come down as Ulrich closes in on the damaged Mercedes.
Ah, there we go.
Nikita.
So not too much insulting there at all, Alan.
No.
There. Daughter. Clear.
Well done.
Thank you for clearing that up for us.
And thanks for joining us, Nikita. Louis definitely doing the job. Even though Dylan's thrown him under the bus with the hazards, it's all good. It's a net fourth for the SARCO Ferrari.
Yeah. Listen, that's one position up from where we qualified.
Exactly, dude. So net on track, that's a positive.
Most definitely. That's a great outing for us.
Well done, buddy. Pat yourself on the back there. Good job.
We're still going to bring it home. I don't want to driver's curse myself.
Yeah, okay. You clearly doing the last stint as you have to.
Yes.
What's the plan? From the hour to the hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and it was actually so strange that as I came into the pits itself, my crew chief said we are halfway. So we had got it almost perfectly on the button.
And what are you putting in the car? Or what did you put in?
90 liters.
Okay. So you're running a slightly lighter load as the guys up ahead, but it's keeping you on track in a net fourth, which is an awesome result.
Yeah, it's definitely worked. We started with 110, but we carried an extra 22 minutes of fuel.
Yeah.
We then took out another 10 liters, so we'll definitely refine it for the last one just to make sure that we're carrying about 105 minutes of fuel versus needing to carry extra. There's no need to go more.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm going to switch the live stream to the HUD of the Mercedes, and this will give us some indication of the speed differential Sean Lerera is struggling with. He's just gone up the main straight, so I just missed it. But running traction control 4 in this car, which could go to 11. So he could have increased the TC if he wanted, but that's where he's chosen to drive the car.
Oh, another serpentine.
Roxanne, who art be you? The other daughter or the wife? Tennis online saying, Dill, you're like a ding. Missed your voice, man.
Oh, Tennis, thank you, man.
Can you feel the love out there, dude?
Alan's also done a sterling job in my absence. Thank you, Tennis.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, the community's tight here. It's all good. Donnie saying, lekker Smurf.
Yeah, so that is actually Louis' nickname, is Smurf.
Louis driving Louis.
Yeah.
Oh, Smurfy. Okay. I remember that from one of the other communities. Okay, I'm getting it.
Yeah.
Right. All good then. Okay. Sean Lerera's last lap, FYI, 47.6. So he's comfortably in the mid 47s, where Ulrich is in the 46.5s and Jason in the 45.5s.
Sure.
So 2 seconds a lap to the leader. I think it's done and dusted, bar a very big bad failure for Jason Farmer. But I'll take that back. Delete. We won't say that, and see if he can get it to the line.
Yeah. Look, I think that if Sean goes in, gets it repaired, he is now at the point now where he's been driving this car for the last more than 2.5 hours. He's comfortable with it, fixes the damage, and might be able to just put a little bit more pressure back on Sean Lerero.
Indeed, there we go. Roxanne confirming she is wifey of Smurfy. So thank you for clearing that up, Roxanne. And Charles saying for 2025, Dil, you need to put a new livery on the car, and it must have a bumper sticker, Mr. Hazards.
Or just something that says, I leave my hazards on for teammates or something.
Yeah, he needs hazards on when he drives.
Dennis, funny man.
Right, so Louis doing his job. His last lap, a 1:45.8. So Louis is on pace. He's going at the rate that Jason's going right now. So very happy in the car. Clearly the hazards make it go quicker. Maybe it makes it think it's like exhaust flashes. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, what he's essentially doing is that the hazards are just showing that he's constantly generating the curves, and the curves is automatically
Recharging. Got it.
recharging and generating. You know, that's how it works.
So, ladies and gents, we are 1 hour and 18 minutes and some change away from the end of this race. It's been fun. It's been exciting stuff. It's been controversial with a few net incidents early on in the race, but some legendary drivers back. Christopher Radloff driving like a bat out of you know where, still holding the quickest lap time of a very healthy 1:44.1. Jason quickest a 1:44.7, and no one else is in the 44s. Sean a 45.0 and Ulrich a 45.1 respectively. So quickest man on the track, no question, Christopher Radloff, almost by an entire second, showing his pace. As I said early on in the stream, I think he's been driving in some iRacing and other series. We haven't seen him at the other communities for a while, but he clearly hasn't lost his shine, and he is very quick in the car.
No, he's definitely a man with talent, Mr. Christopher Radloff. Is that he kind of just is able to jump in, makes a few little setups, and you'll also just look at the setup and go, okay, no, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong.
Exactly.
And off you go.
This is
yes. Just checking in on my Facebook channel. Sean Combine has joined, as well as my sister-in-law, Victoria Hall. Welcome, Victoria.
Hello,
Okay,
Victoria.
And Paulo de Oliveira. How's it? I actually went to school with Paulo de Oliveira. He was a year ahead of me, so that's interesting to see how sometimes, and that's the power of what Facebook has done. You know, when was the last time you spoke to people from your school?
Oh yeah. I've got my school friend is one of my best friends, although he lives in England, and I've got a few other school friends. But share with us, Dill, what was the school?
Germiston High.
Okay. So I was also southern suburbs in Lynmere, and it was St. Martin's College.
Okay.
So that's what I was born and grew up in. So Germiston, just to the right. I did my apprenticeship in Germiston.
Cool. Yeah. Nice. Listen, I did manage to get myself out of Germiston. I now live in Paul's of Santon. So
it's all good. You've upgraded, my man. You've gone
100%.
You've gone north to the mink and manure set. Watching Timothy Gomez, as I see Sean Lerero was in the pits. He's done a repair. He realizes there was too much damage, and that at 1 hour 15 minutes. So he's brimmed this car. I suspect there's a splash and dash in the last 10 minutes. No.
I think Sean's timed as well. This is probably like the maximum, knowing how much time he can spend in the car with it being fueled up. I think Sean's going to be a man on a mission now.
Wow. That's 1 minute 15 on one stint. I mean, I know I can do that in the Ferrari, but this is a massive V8, man. I wonder if he's adjusted the TC. Sean, nudge, nudge, hint, hint. All right.
We might have to send Lucas on a recce.
Yeah. Okay, so Ulrich net second at the moment on the track with a huge stagger on the pit stop. Jason Farmer is your leader and still doing 145.3s. He is only driving the low 45s on track. Ulrich 46.2, Louis Safontaine 46.1, Timothy Gomez 47.5, Terry Wilford 46.8. So that's where we're at as far as the last laps go. And look at that, we're 15 minutes away from the hour, so the pit lane should light up. Tyrone on YouTube saying plays Tokyo Drift song and puts on the brown pants. That was the Mercedes through the bus stop, clearly.
Yes, you're not joking. That car got so sideways.
We'll do he's about to start the first official quick lap. Let's go on board with this Merc. We watched the real-time lap earlier on, twice in fact on the stream. So we know what this car can do and what it's capable of, but Sean a little wide there, he had to lift, so he avoided a track cut. I'm going to go and look what he's done on the dash. And he is still on TC4, top speed. Let's see when he gets to the braking zone. He's at 258, 261, 265 as he hits the braking zone.
So the amount of inputs Sean has to do through there.
Yeah.
It's just,
oh!
wow!
He caught that. We have to go and see that from the helicam.
That was commentator's curse.
30 seconds back, and we're about to see it happen. Through the fast S sweeps, flat sticks through there, but he's taking so much curb. The liberties that he has to take to keep this car quick, and that's just bouncing him through the exit of the bus. He's too tight there. The car's already sideways. Misses that apex, hits the last apex, and that was full opposite lock to hold on to that Merc.
He did so well there.
He did. Good catch.
Right, Alan, I am 12 minutes away from my stint. I am unfortunately going to need to just go and do my little pit stop, start looking at tire pressures and getting myself ready for the last stint.
Adios, muchachos. I'll catch up with you after the race, and you can come and interview some drivers with me.
100%. We're
Good.
Looking forward to it.
Good luck to your last stint, sir.
Thank you kindly. Ciao.
Bye. Right, Louis Safontaine, he's going to be coming in the pits. He is still in the car, but he's going to hand it over to Dylan, who's then going to do the last stint, and that'll be in approximately 4 or 5 laps time. So there we go. But that was fun. Sean Loureiro is still struggling with this car, but he is going as quick as he can. The gap is 17 point... No, it's not. The gap between him and Ulrich is car 8075. It's quite a ways away. Oh no, it's at least half. Oh yeah, he had to do a pit stop repair, so he's half a lap give or take ahead, at least behind Ulrich de Jager. He's a lot more cautious through the bus stop this time. Look good. Lucas, are you still with me?
I'm with you. Oh, sorry,
Geen probleem. Just checking.
It's a water.
No problem. So, do we think that position change is in play for second and third place, perhaps? Because we weren't sure about that.
Sean having to pay some damages. I'm pretty sure that there should be at least a battle for second and third at the end. Just hopeful that Sean can manage that Merc, and the tires are alive enough for that battle.
Yeah. It's getting dark. It's 5:45 on track, so it is starting to cool down. The track temperature is at 21 right now. It's still cloudy with sun, so no chance of any inclement weather, precipitation. But with the temperature changing now, the guys will have to take that into account for their last pit stop and to adjust tire pressures to cater for the drop in temps.
And from experience as well, we do know, well, I do know as well that the Ferrari gets much faster during the colder sessions of a race, and
that's gonna play into Ulrich and Jason's hands. Jason, I think it's done. He knows it's done. He's just got to keep the car out of the walls and not collect anybody or get involved in any other And we've seen that. We saw it happen in the last season at SARCO. He got collected in a accident with Mfezeko, sorry, and he lost a position in that race because of it. But he was trying to avoid it. So it doesn't matter if you 2 minutes up the road in first place. If there's an accident ahead of you and you get collected in a sliding car or a crash, it all changes right there.
And yes, we all know, especially during endurance races, the last hour, the guys are pushing it.
They are
pushing it for the next position.
Yeah.
Position or two on the track. Yes. So yeah, hopefully we can get some great battles, some more great battles the next hour or so.
Terry Wolford peels into the pits, so he's handing the car over. I'm sure they've kind of equalized out on the driver stints. He's going to be giving it back to the quick man, and Christopher Radloff's going to get in and give it horns for the last hour and 7 minutes, give or take. So they are now on lap 92, same lap as Timothy Gomez, and 2 whole laps ahead of Mfezeko, Daniel Gerling, and Johan van der Vente. So they're still in it to, I think Timothy still might need to pit. In fact, they do. They're on the staggered pit stop. So they'll still pit in half an hour's time. And that will then see Christopher Radloff move up into a net 5th overall.
What a great comeback as well for that team, yes.
And it goes to show people who are watching the streams and whatnot, endurance racing, it's never over. You can have huge drama. We saw, some of the top tier world class drivers, the likes of the Jordan Sheraton company, leading a race by a mile, a country mile in fact. And like 7-8 minutes from the end of the race, they had a disconnect. They had to get out the game, come back in, load driver 1, get on the track, and they lost the race, I think, because of that. So, yeah, this game can be exquisite and amazing, but it can also be very cruel to you.
Definitely.
And a lot of that is out of your control. You have no control over the internet, a service provider dropping a fiber link or a switch going down in the neighborhood. That's it. Your race is poof. You have to, make plan B arrangements. So, but that's all part of the game that is endurance racing. Besides 2, 3 or 4 people, or 5 for that matter, in 24 hours, sharing a car with one specific setup.
Yes.
That's one of the biggest challenges. I drive a tight car. Kieran, my son, will drive a very loose car. He'll set the car up to, and he's an alien, as a lot of people know. He will do, 143s around here. I'll get in exactly the same car and I won't be able to break a 145. He's 2 seconds a lap quicker with the same setup. It's just obscene, but that's how certain people are. Christopher Radloff is one of those guys. He can do these kinds of laps. So let's go and have a look what's happening. Daniel Gerling in the Aston, he is down in 8th place, and Jason's in. So here's our leader. Just caught him, missed him,
yes.
But on the hour. So our strat call is pretty much on button.
Yes, doing 65 minutes, the last 2 stints, and bringing it in.
So he's going to put a lighter load in the car. He only needs to do 65 minutes. He doesn't need to brim it. He stops the car on the blocks. Ulrich is now going to go by. He's on his way up the hill, and Ulrich net inherits first place, with his pit stop still to come shortly. Right behind him, I think that was Christopher Radloff. It is. So Christopher busy trying to get by. Ulrich needs to just let him go because it's not his fight, and he does a good job. Nice and clean. Very intelligent racing by everyone. Ulrich knows that man is a lap or 2 or 3 down. It wasn't worth the fight, and he just let him go right past. Johan van der Vente in the pits with the Mustang, so he's going to be giving the car over to, I think, Brandon DeSantis for their last stint. There up ahead is Jason, still in the pits, refueling. He should be off the jacks roundabout now, and getting ready to roll out. There he goes. And there goes the Mercedes. So Sean has just gone by in a repaired Mercedes, and Jason now is chasing. This is for position overall. If Dylan is right in saying that Sean Loureiro pitted and has put in enough fuel to take him to the end of the race. So
yeah, and once again, yes, like I said earlier, Sean is struggling with the Merc on the higher fuel.
Yeah.
So yeah, now it's going to be a fight between Sean and Jason.
Indeed. And let me also draw your attention, everyone watching on YouTube and Facebook. Look at the temperature up at the top right corner. So between me mentioning it a couple of minutes ago to now, it's already dropped a whole degree. As the time gets later in the race, it's 5:56, it's almost 6 p.m. The track temperature, the air temperature, the ambient temperature cools down. Sean is stuck with the tires that he put on the car 20 minutes ago. So his tires are going to go into a heat cycle and then start overheating, whereas Jason has just pitted and he's adjusted his tires accordingly to deal with whatever the track temperature is. He's going to be in a much better boat for this race. That gap, as we see, 6.8 seconds. So we're going to monitor laps now and see how these guys close in on each other and who's got the better setup on the two cars. Like you said earlier, the Mercedes is definitely a handful, but Jason's fast in this Ferrari, and I think we're going to see that happening right now. Last lap, Sean Loureiro, 45.6. Jason Farmer's out the pit, so this is his first official fast lap, and we'll see the next time around what he's got under the car. The gap currently 6.6 seconds. We will have a look at second sector or third sector. Louis Safontaine, due for a pit shortly. He's heading down towards the boot sector. Those hazards didn't give any people dramas, and I'm sure Dylan's going to get in the car and he'll turn them off promptly.
Maybe
He might leave
them on to warn the guys, the drivers in front and the back of him, not to get into his way. So
could be a strat call. Dylan Hazard Hall. That's his new nickname. Antonio, last stint, my boy. Indeed, I think he does have this. He's got a pedal, that Ferrari, but he'll close that gap. 6.892 as we can see on the timing screen. So currently keeping static, but Sean Loureiro needs one bad slide or two bad slide. Now 6.5. There we go. So he took 3/10 out in this lap alone, did Jason Farmer. He is on his way. Is Louis in? Not yet. Oh, that's long round there. He had to lift and pedal it a little bit, but onwards he goes. Dylan's probably in and ready and waiting, and they're talking and saying, all right, next lap, I'm ready for you. Bring it. Back with Jason. Through the final turn he comes, and his foot's flat. The gap was 6.6. Let's see over the line. 6.2. My word, he took 7/10 out on that lap alone.
Sure.
So Antonio, you're right, saying Jason's lap time's been very consistent. He is cyclic. He keeps the cadence perfectly, bar the drama early on in the first hour. Otherwise, he's been doing 45s all day, all night, on his own. The man's fatigued. I guarantee he's feeling it, but he is still capable of doing quick lap times. So nothing wrong with the energy and stamina in this chap. Right, gap at 6.4. Let's see. His last lap was his first quick one. It was a 45.3 where Sean did a 45.8. So Sean's trying, but he's still struggling with this German tank called an AMG Mercedes. Ulrich up ahead, now on 100 laps and going. There we see Brandon DeSantis in the Mustang behind him. There's one lap off the back of Daniel Gerling now, so it's they've also closed up a 3-lap or 4-lap gap. It's amazing how things change through the time in an endurance.
Yes, definitely.
And I think Brandon's also pushing his last lap of 48.6. So we'll see if he can get that a little bit quicker.
I must say, Ulrich hasn't been in the spotlight that much during the race. He's just trying to keep out of trouble, do his best times, and make sure that his pit strats are up to par. And yeah,
100% agreed with you. He hasn't got involved in any other problems. He's just done the best he can, and that's in an endurance. It's your consistency. You know, you play percentage golf. He's driven percentage wise. He's got out of the way when he needed to of faster cars, and look where he is on the track. So with one pit stop to go, they're going to put in a lighter load clearly than Jason. He goes over the line now, and Jason is going down towards the boot. So they're all literally going to come out next to each other. Gap now is 5.4. It's a whole second down is Jason off the back of Sean. So I think Sean knows the inevitable, and the dice is going to basically be between Sean and Ulrich for second and third here. Antonio saying Ulrich's having a very good race here. Agreed.
Yeah, I've had the privilege of doing a few endurance races with Ulrich, and yeah, and it's quite a pleasure to drive with him.
Yeah, I'm sure.
In the endurances, and yeah, improving every endurance race with the lap times and split strats and everything. So yes, he's doing great. So I can't wait to see what he's gonna bring forward in 2025.
Yes, next season here at SARCO, starting next year, plus the final round of the endurance series. So a lot of racing will be happening in the new year when we all get there. I'm going to be pretty much resident here with SARCO for 2025. And I think the league is going to get better and better as it grows. New members are coming. I think my little team PWSR will be racing in some of the seasons. I don't know who, but it'll be good to see another team come and join up and race here.
Definitely. The more the merrier.
Here we go. Dylan is climbing in. He's kicking the indicators, and he's going to take the Ferrari out. We'll see if you're right, if he leaves them on or switches them off. But last stint with 57 minutes to go for Dylan. There he rolls. Indicators are still on, but he's in the pit lane. Let's see. And he's left them on. So Dylan is he's going to stick to his namesake being Mr. Hazards, and onwards he goes now for his last stint. Where's Timothy Gomez on track? He is. So they stayed in fourth place.
Yes, they did. Yeah, Timothy is 12 seconds behind Dylan at the moment.
Right.
Yeah.
So Dylan must just keep his focus on.
And he did turn off his hazards.
Turned them off. He's such a loser, Dylan. Right. He's turned them off. And onwards he goes. So they're in a great net fourth place overall. And pit stops are all completed. So it's up to Dylan now just to get it to the end. Keep it out of the oncos and whatever else there might be. Jason Farmer. Let's go and look. 4.3 seconds. So he's going to take the entire hour to close in and eventually get by, or try and get by Sean Lerera. Now, as they say in the classics, it's all very well catching up to the car ahead, but passing it, that's another story.
Passing it is a lot of work.
Yeah. So Sean is going to... Ooh. Jason getting a nice four-wheel drift going through the bus stop but catching it. That's the thing with the Ferrari. The back doesn't come round like it does with the Aston and the Mercedes. It's a lot more predictable, and that's what's helping him. Where Sean Lerera's, although he should have been used to this kind of loosey-goosey from driving the Mustang for a season or two.
Yeah, I think he was. It sounded like he was quite glad when he did his last race in a Mustang recently. So yeah, it's just a lot of a lot of work driving the Mustangs and some of the undercars. Yeah,
it is. My kids also just finished the season in the car, and racing at Raceface in the Pro League there, watching Jordan Sherritt also driving the Mustang, and literally, okay, Cody's younger brother did give him a little bit of competition with the Ferrari, but the pace and the incredibleness of Jordan Sherritt, who drives the Mustang with no TC, drives it with 0 TC.
sure, yeah.
And he is light years ahead of the field. Kieran tried and said there's no way you can drive the car with no TC. So every man just deals with it in a different way, but there we go. Currently watching Ulrich, and he is hanging on to first, but still has to pit. And that pit's going to be soon, I fear. He needs to bring the car in. Fizeko just behind him there, but that's not for position. He is 5 laps behind. And any hazards, any indicators? Oh, he is. Here he comes.
He's pitting. Yeah, Ulrich is pitting now at the moment. Yeah.
Got to stop for that speeding line right there, and does so. Right, now let's see. Where's Sean? They're heading down to the boot. Jason right behind him. The gap, 2.9 seconds. Antonia on her chair is going whoop whoop. Antonia said, I said earlier, Dukes of Hazzard. That's it. Dill, the Duke of Hazzard Hall.
Yeah.
Ulrich is going, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. He's got to sit there still. Oh, he's down. I saw the car drop. Okay, they're doing something else now. Maybe they, oh, tires are done. He's probably putting in the fuel.
Yo.
Sean through the final turn. Jason right through the final turn. Ulrich, is he rolling yet? Not yet.
Not yet. No, that's funny.
You'll see on the left of the screen. There they go. First and second. So that's it. Ulrich is not coming out the pits this quickly. I saw the car drop off the jack, so I don't know.
I think he might be.
There it is.
He might have gone for another type of pit stop. I think.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, he's driving solo, and it's already 3 hours. So. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he had to take a toilet break and it took longer than he expected.
Yeah, no, me neither. I wouldn't blame him. Yeah.
So, got a feel for these guys. They've been in the rigs for 3 hours and 8 minutes now. So, yeah, the human side of things comes into play in these races.
Yes.
But here we go, Sean. Now, only 2 seconds up the road. There's 52 minutes. I think it's pretty much done and dusted. We know Jason's going to get there. And then it's going to be about the teammates working out how to pass each other without making contact. The next challenge. Because I guarantee you, Sean's not going to just move over and let him cruise by.
No. No, they're going to fight. They are. So that's your top 3, which we kind of predicted. Dylan nicely into 4th place and hanging on to that position with Timothy Gomez in the car and only 16 seconds behind. So 51 minutes. Dylan maybe has a problem somewhere that's going to give Timothy a chance to get to him. That's for sure. To be honest, Dylan was 12 seconds in front of Timothy when he got out of the pits. So Dylan is...
He's growing the time, you say?
He's growing the time, yes. He's already up for at least 4 seconds from Timothy. So yes, Dylan is in the groove now, and he's pushing it to secure his position. And Dylan just went off the track.
Oh, commentators curse.
Oh man.
All right, let's go back 30 seconds. Here he is. He's just completed going through the bus stop. Takes the long right-hander. I swear to God, we just said this. Down into the boot he goes here. He's going to be late on the braking. Does he hit that bump? He doesn't. It's down at the hairpin. He heads down to the hairpin. Dylan, what did you do? Oh, he outbraked himself.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's hit the hard, and the bonnet's up. That's a lot of damage. Okay, where's Timothy? Here they are. They're next to each other. Position is changing. Dylan is struggling with the handling of that car.
I think that
Dylan's going to swear at me, dude.
no, that car. I think that car is.
He's going to have to put. He's got to do a repair job here if he wants to try and hang on to fifth. Radloff on the same lap and heading down into the boot section. So this is now the race for fifth place. Dylan has to bring the car in if it's that broken. Here he comes. I tell you what, if we were in the same town, Dylan would drive over and come and slap me for that.
No, I think if he knows that we were on his car while he was having that incident, I might have a SARCO race ban or a season ban.
Sorry, Dylan. But he did say it's December, and he did say there's no commentators' curses, so it's null and void. You did that all yourself, bro. He's got to go so slowly.
It would have been great if he could have finished in fourth place. Yeah.
That's going to be at least, I don't know, 30 seconds worth of damage, maybe more. Radloff is coming round the final corner. Oh, shame, man. You got to feel for Dylan.
Yeah, I think that is at least 40 seconds.
Yeah. He hit that tire barrier hard. Come on, car. That bonnet's still up in the air. The panel beaters are panel beating. Shame. He must be kicking himself right now. Well, Radloff into fifth place from 3 laps down and some dramas. It's also been a good drive for them.
Definitely.
But Mfuzeko, he is 2 laps off. Now 1 lap, as you see Dylan's Ferrari in the right-hand corner still getting repaired. So Dylan's going to have to get it to the end now for 6th place overall. And he still hasn't moved, eh? That's a lot of damage. He hit that tire barrier flat sticks nose first and hurt that car. And I think he hurt the steering as well because he couldn't drive it back properly.
Yeah, I think there by the next few corners he also lost it against the barrier as well. Yes.
Right. He's still a lap up on Mfuzeko, who's on 102. Daniel Gerling has just gone on to lap 102. So both of them are a lap behind him still. And Sean Lourero's in the pits. This wasn't planned.
No, it's not.
Dylan said that he had probably put in enough to go all the way. And I don't see damage. So what is this? This has just thrown our theory out the window. Sean Loureiro has had to pit again. There goes Dylan. So he's rolling in 6th place. Sean comes to a stop. Started and stopped the car. What is going on here? Okay, now you and me, we have no clue what's going on, but that's put Ulrich into 2nd place. So Jason from Ulrich from Sean. Yo, how's that, YouTubers? There's a big switch in the whole change there. Poor old SARCO car loses 2 positions, and Sean Lourero's out the pits. He couldn't have put in a full tank earlier. Oh, I don't know, man. Maybe the tires are wrong. Look at the track.
Maybe the track temperature is dropping so much that he is losing a lot of time.
I mean, we're at 18 now. We were at 21 when I started talking about it. So 3 degrees, that's a good, almost full bar's worth of pressure that you've got to adjust by. So maybe Sean just felt he had to do that for the tires. What is the gap between him and Ulrich now? We need to see.
I think about around 40 seconds.
Oh yeah, it's a long ways. It's the whole boot. It's at least 40 or something seconds. So Jason can literally put that car into another ECU mode and just cruise home. Ulrich goes up into 2nd place. That's what you and me said earlier about keeping the car out of trouble. I'm not saying Sean got trouble, but that was an unscheduled pit stop for him. So Sean has dropped down to 3rd place. Net 4th place, Timothy Gomez in the McLaren. So this young team, they're hanging on to this, but Christopher Radloff is pushing. They head into the boot and Christopher Radloff comes over the start-finish line. That's going to be about 30 or 40 seconds. but it's 45 minutes to go, and with Christopher Radloff's speed, I'm going to put money on it that he gets to Gomez. Dylan, oh Dylan, as he comes to the bus stop a little bit quietly, a little bit nervously, but he outbraked himself into the hairpin. I mean, what was he doing that he missed his braking marker?
Maybe he tried to make sure that he turned off his assets and lost his concentration. I have no idea.
No, man. He turned them off earlier than that. It was down here. He just completely went sailing through that braking point. It was a weird accident to have. Unless somebody else maybe came in the room or talked to him, or I don't know. We can speculate all we want. I'm sure he'll tell us after the race. Yeah, that's going to be an awkward discussion to have with him. Shame. Okay, let's go back and see what's going on here. Sean Loureiro in the loosey-goosey Mercedes-Benz is quite a ways back off Ulrich. We're going to try and get a lap, a sector time, and we'll give you the difference. It's too big, in fact, to give you. So Ulrich is on his way up the hill. There he is into T2, and the number 23 is coming out of the boot and up that hill. So I'd say it's 40 seconds plus. Timothy Gomez needs to keep this car out of the wall now. He needs to do laps. His last lap was a 48.8. Christopher Radloff a 45.1. He's over 3 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, I personally think Christopher will be challenging him in the next half an hour or so at least. Yeah, sure.
It's all changed here, ladies and gents. With just on 42 minutes left in this, the 4-hour classic, or Finger Lakes Classic 4-hour from SARCO. It's been an up and down all day, even though it was only 4 hours. I was convinced our finishing would have been Farmer Loureiro de Jager, but Loureiro threw a whole spanner in the works with an unscheduled pit stop here. So, and I'm sure we'll hear from them in the drivers' interviews afterwards. Dylan will go and fetch them and bring them in for a chat. And then we'll hear it from their own mouths exactly what went down. Jason, a little bit of an incident, but otherwise pretty much flawless. Regular cyclic laps, lap after lap, and he is where he is. He's 14 seconds up the road. He doesn't need to push. His lap time, his last lap, excuse me, is a 145.0. So let's not say he's not pushing. He's still driving like a man possessed, and he doesn't really need to. But anyway. Jeez, imagine if he bins it and throws it in the wall. Ulrich will inherit first place here.
Yeah. But I think Jason is also pushing it to try and just for that unforeseen oopsies, especially at the end of the race that can occur.
Yeah.
Maybe just to make sure that he's got a good enough lead.
Yes.
Just to help him out if that does happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he is coming up back markers at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that they will be looking out for him.
Onwards he pushes, and we'll see what he does on this lap. It's still going to be in the 45s, I'm sure. That's the McLaren up ahead of Gomez. Over the line, and it's a 45.2 for Jason. Okay, Ulrich. 15 seconds more or less behind. He comes over the line, and he does a 145.350. So Ulrich not backing out of it and still pushing to try and hang on. Sean Loureiro's turn. He's coming up and out the boot. We'll wait for his lap and we'll tell you what that is. Timothy Gomez is up ahead. He's the slow traffic ahead of Jason Farmer. So you should see him in frame sometime soon. And Timothy Gomez is busy dealing with his own trauma. That is Christopher Radloff, he's a long ways back. We've had an incident that we missed here. Christopher Radloff has had a huge incident. He was 16 seconds off the back of Timothy Gomez just now. The back of this Ferrari is all broken and the front is a bit scraped up. And the gap now is 30 or 40 seconds. Oh! So Christopher was pushing a little too hard. We've missed it and he has hurt that car. I don't want to risk going back a minute because I think it was longer than that. But there you can see the back of the Ferrari is quite... the front and the back is very hammered.
Yeah.
So
Sean's last lap was 148.277. So yeah, he is I think he's just trying to bring this Merc home at the moment.
Okay. Christopher Radloff's last lap of 45.8. So it might have happened on this lap actually. I'm going to go back a minute. Oh no, it's bad luck. Okay, we're going to have to just watch a minute's worth of replay, but the damage has already been done. And based on his last lap being a 45.8, this must have happened after T1 or T2, and we just missed it. Whatever did happen. Let's go replaying here with Sean. This is all under replay, ladies and gents. I've selected a 1 minute backup time, so we need to let that count down a minute, 45 seconds or 40 seconds left before we go back live. But that puts Timothy Gomez comfortably into 4th place. However, if Christopher Radloff has hurt the car and his last lap is a 147.0, Dylan might stand a chance to catch him. His last lap of 45.3. And Dylan here he is. So he's about to go over the line to go onto the same lap as Radloff. With, I would say, about 35 minutes to go. Yeah, Antonio, I know. No commentators jinxing here, please. I'll take that back. Delete, delete, delete. I'm not going to put that out there. Right, Dylan's... we're still on replay here. Mind that bump, and he does mind it. Okay, we're live. Yes. So Christopher's going down into the boot and Dylan is coming up out the boot. So it's almost a whole lap that he's behind Christopher Radloff.
Yeah, I just to confirm, on lap 107, Christopher lost it at the bus stop.
Oh, look at there's another one.
Yeah.
The 4th place comes into the pits. Christopher Radloff is going to go into 4th place, ladies and gents. Terry Wilford is screaming back home on the couch. Donnie Fullion saying, where is Smurf? Smurf is, who knows, he's having a beer. Dylan's in the car right now. And Dylan on 108, now 109. So he's a whole lap around to get to Timothy Gomez. So is Christopher Radloff. He starts 110. So there he goes. He passes Timothy on the pit lane. And that puts Radloff up into 4th place with all their dramas they've had this whole afternoon. Wow. Track temp down to 17. It's another degree down. Timothy Gomez chilling. He's still... It's going to be a full stop because it's... There we go. 30 minutes left and he's rolling. Dylan, he's only through the bus stop and still an entire lap behind. So... Dylan's not going to see 5th place unless Timothy has another drama somewhere. Christopher Radloff's last lap of 46.8. Gee, we missed that. I didn't even see a yellow flag anywhere on the track map. So I don't know where it happened, but we missed it, unfortunately. And he was closing in on Timothy Gomez quickly.
Yeah, it was.
He, in fact, wouldn't have had to push that hard because Timothy pitted. So that's added fuel to the fire.
I think Christopher might be struggling with the rear end of the Ferrari because the rear end is quite damaged.
Yes.
Not wanting to pit at the moment and lose the places. So yeah, well, he's got the skill to drive the Ferrari like
He
this,
does.
anyways. Yeah.
Dale Price is now in the car, so he's doing the last sprint stint. But looking where he is on the track coming out the boot, and Christopher Radloff, yeah, it would be, I don't think he's going to bother pitting. He's going to just drive it like it is. That lap of 46.3, so he's not far away from the 45s. He must just be, he must have had a moment somewhere down here when it happened.
Yeah. Well, like I said, on lap 107, he had an incident on the bus stop exit. So yeah, we went into war with the rear end of the Ferrari. So
exactly. So Danny, yeah, to confirm, Louis Serfontaine is partnering with Dylan. He climbed out the car with an hour to go, so he's finished driving. Dylan is in the car, and they are 6th overall, but were 4th earlier. But Dylan had a huge moment coming down here to the boot, so they dropped 2 positions from a possible net 4th finish. But hanging on to 6th place, and a lap up on the chasing Fazeko and Daniel Gerling. They're on the same lap. So the Astons here, oh my word, and Fazeko. Let's go back 30 seconds. He's coming up out of the boot, and he throws the Ferrari away. It's into the second last turn that it happens. He tries to get out the way. He lets, that looks like Jason Farmer go by. Moves back across. Goes a little wide. Last turn. What does he do wrong here? Too much grass. Puts the outer wheels on the grass and throws the back end of the Ferrari into the barrier. So, Fazeko's had a very roundabout race here today at Watkins Glen.
yeah, that is unfortunate.
Okay, Dylan's backed out of it a bit. 47.3 for his last lap. Dale Price up ahead of him. This will be his first quick lap out the pits, as we see Sean Lerera in 3rd coming up to put a lap on the McLaren. We'll see what the McLaren's lap times are. This is who Dylan is chasing for position. They are now on the same lap, but the McLaren will go lap up as he goes over the line now, and his lap time is a 1 minute 46.0. So quick lap time there from Dale. Ulrich still hanging on to that 14-second gap. Give it a few tenths. But I think Jason is his last lap of 45.4. Ulrich a 45.0. And Sean a 46.3. I think you're right. Sean is still struggling a bit with the Mercedes and the handling of this car. Gets to the bus stop okay there, but you can see he's having to fight it. Let's go back onto the cockpit view and we'll see the steering inputs. Right, ladies and gents, we are half an hour from the end of this race. Jeez, hasn't it been an up and down affair? All looks good here. We need to get some corners to see the direction changes. It's looking good for Short so far.
Yeah.
I think he's comfortable with the setup and the tires. Track still at 17, but I suspect it'll go down to 15 by the end of the race. That lap of 1:46.8.
Yeah. I don't know how much time Sean had in the Merc doing practice runs for Watkins Glen. So
yeah.
And how much time he had to work on the setup.
I can tell you, I was on early this morning to start setting the stream up and getting my broadcast stuff ready, and he was the only man on the server with me. So he did, in fact, do some driving and put some laps in. But how long, as you say, is a good question. I don't know. Also, that practice server had rain. So that was putting a bit of a spanner in the works.
Yeah, definitely. Because I did see him sign him first in the Merc, and then he's changed cars to the Ford again, and now again to the Merc. So
Okay.
yeah.
So he was in 2 months. That's the bottom line. He wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Wasn't sure.
Dylan, the hazard man, hanging on to the 6th place. 5 laps off the leader, but coming on to start lap 113 and trying to work out if he can get to Dale Price up ahead of him. Here's Dale Price. He's out the boot sector, so it's pretty much 3/4 of a lap round that Dylan needs to make up. And I think Dale's going at enough of a pace. In fact, he's pulling away from as Daniel Gerling comes into the pit. So this is a splash and dash for the Aston Martin from 8th. He should hold on to this position because Brandon further back is 2 laps back. But going back to Dale Price, he is extending the lead from Sean Loureiro. So last lap Dale did a 147.0. Dylan did Sean Loureiro did a 147.7 versus a 147.0. So Sean is basically gone, this is it, this is where I'm going to finish, and he's just going to drive it to the end from there. Good 3rd place. He was right in it for the whole race, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Radloff in 4th place. There's no his last lap of 47.7, so he's also probably said, there we go, 4th place is where we're going to finish. Terry Wilford, hopefully watching back home and enjoying the coverage and happy with this result considering their dramas. At one stage with 11 cars, they were down in 9th place. So been a massive climb back for them.
What a fight it wouldn't have been if they didn't have technical issues.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It would have been a great fight to see. Radloff, last lap 47 flat, so that's what his pace is with the condition of the car. Dale Price a lap and this distance back, and Dale at the moment one of the quickest cars on track. The Jason Farmer, he's not giving up, and last lap a 145.485, so with a gap over Ulrich of at least 20 seconds now, I think. No,
Yeah, 14 seconds. Yeah,
14 seconds.
Yeah, he's keeping a constant distance of about 14, 15 seconds
There we go.
from Ulrich at the moment. Oh.
Ulrich's going to be very happy with this result.
What an excellent race for him.
Yeah. Solo, and I think he was 4th and he's in 2nd place. So bit of dramas for his teammate, but otherwise he's been in the thick of it the whole day. Kept the car clean, kept out of dramas, and here we go. Comes over the line now, and his last lap is a 146.1, so he's lapping consistent. I think that's it, ladies and gents, as far as position changes goes. With 25 minutes to go, I don't see any unforeseen changes still happening. I know I've said that before and they have changed. So War Machine 1988. Code Coconuts. Dylan was probably verbally shouting coconuts rather loudly about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Shame, man. Cheap is such bad luck. Dale Price comes over the line. His last lap of 46.1. So he's also doing regular low 46s and keeping the McLaren going. don't know what it is about that car I don't like, but I don't like it. I don't like the sound either. It's supposed to have a V8 in it. Doesn't sound like a V8. Headlights are on. It is 7:15 in the evening, and you can see it's getting darker. Track is at 16. No doubt it'll be at 15 just now. Mfazek hanging on. Ferrari's also looking a bit, oh my word. I just put the camera on him and he decides to spin the car for us.
Oh no.
I promise you. Off he goes again. Mfazeko's going to say it's my cameras. Something happened a couple of seasons back on the one other community when I was doing the streaming, and literally I would put the camera on a guy and 2 corners later he'd spin, and it happened to a number of people for some other reason. And it was like drivers briefing the next round, they would go like, Alan, don't film me please, because every time you film me I spin the car. It was just weird.
Maybe your setup is pulling too much electricity from their side that they lose control of the car. So
something like that. The guys are saying I've got like an infrared laser on the camera, and then it goes in their eyes, and then they crash. Okay, so 23 minutes to go. Your leader is Jason. 14.2 seconds. He's maintaining that gap to Ulrich de Jager for Griffin Sim Racing 3. With Sean Herrera further back by a good 40 something seconds, if not more. That's your top 3. Christopher Radloff all the way up into 4th place with his teammate Terry Wilford. And they had a mega recovery from 9th or 10th and huge internet issues. Comfortable 4th place into the top 5 with this young team. This is Dale Price and Timothy Gomez for Team Go Slow, bringing their McLaren into the top 5. Dylan just behind for Team SARCO Racing, having an unfortunate moment himself a while back, and that demoted him out of the top 5. He is in 6th place overall. Mfazeko in 7th place and a lap down and very wide through a lot of corners. I think the exhaustion's getting to Mfazeko, to be honest. I think he's really tired. He's suffering fatigue in that rig and just desperately counting the minutes as they count down.
Yeah. Having the experience of a solo 6-hour Kalami race, the endurance race, during the year, yes, I can.
You can vouch.
I can vouch for after 6 hours or 4 hours, at least 4 hours, you can feel the fatigue coming through, and yes, after that, it's just trying to keep your head on straight, and It's not for sissies.
No, this is not for sissies. And Fizeko going up the back straight and weaving left and right. He's putting steering inputs in a straight line just to maybe help keep him awake there. Dylan goes by in the SARCO car. So, shame. And Fizeko definitely struggling. Exhaustion sets in.
Yeah, and it also doesn't help that his car's got some damage at the back, which will cause him to slide much quicker on the corners.
Brendan DeSantis' teammate Toki saying, I must please do that again. Please put some camera work on Daniel Gerling and let's get him to spin so that they can not finish last. So I'm going to do a lap with the Aston. Let's see. War Machine saying they can't handle the G-forces emitted from the cameras. There we go. It's something like that, but
it's like a black hole.
There is it. Gerling into the bus stop he comes with the Aston. His last lap of 48.6, so they're a lot slower. Brandon Haver's last lap of 49.4. He's not going quick enough to catch. We haven't seen any drive-throughs for track cuts, so that could still come into play. Although I think most of the guys have lifted off their pace just to avoid getting any track cuts. I think our leaders, our top 3, personally speaking, they must all be carrying at least 2, possibly 3 track cuts.
Most likely, yes. Yeah, I would think so as well.
Yeah. Early part of this race, that was the dicing was thick and fast, and there were a lot of cars going off track. So, yeah, Daniel looking a little bit wary as well. Although he is Daniel soloing this? I think he is. I closed my thing. Let me just double check here. Yeah, Kus Hitters. So he's a solo driver, and I'm sure he's feeling the exhaustion and the fatigue as well. Tuki, Ellen for president. So last lap there, it was a 48.7. So Brandon's got to do it. But Daniel looking very rough, eh? He's taking a lot of curbs with this Aston. So
Yes.
And very strange lines through some of these corners. We heard Brandon there just up ahead of him in the Mustang. So Brandon's in the bus stop. It's car 76. You can see it on the track map. And he's that far away. Literally almost a whole lap. Look at that line through that corner. He's Mfuzeko in the pits. Please don't give up, Mfuzeko. This has got to be a splash and dash. You're almost at the end, my guy. 117. So Daniel Gerling, depending on how quick he can get round, he is going to make it. So they're going to go up a position. And Mfuzeko stops now. So this is a splash and dash. This is going to be about a 10-second stop. Maybe he won't lose that position. But he's tired. Oh, he's off.
Yeah.
He's rolling.
Yeah, he didn't do any repairs. Yeah, so just splash and dash, trying to get enough fuel in.
Okay, I think that'll be our last stop from everyone involved. But the Aston seriously looking very loose and doing some very strange lines. Maybe Daniel's been having a few drinks while he's driving, and it's starting to take effect. War Machine saying he's done a 2.5 hour enduro on Le Mans 24 track with Gran Turismo 7, and he said it was exhausting. I know for a fact I don't have the stamina to do long distance, especially on a desk. Excuse me. I think I've double stinted, so the max I've pushed is a 2-hour stint in normal ACC. But I mean, like Daniel, our teammate in Jeffreys Bay, Daniel the Hitman de Villiers, he did an 8 hours solo.
That is crazy, yeah.
That's mental. And finished and did well. Hey, thank you. Excuse me for that sneeze. Okay. Aston's behaving. Let's go back. It's Jason. His last lap of 45.4. So he's still good. He's happy. That gap 15.5 seconds. As we see Mfuzeko just up ahead of him. So Jason's going to be a bit wary about this. Mfuzeko does in fact get the blue flags. And I'm sure down the straight he'll just move right over and just get out his way. And he does so, just like that. Jason goes by over the line. Toki's saying, we're so far behind we can't figure it out. My guy, here's Daniel on track. He's just come out of the boot sector, and Brandon is just through the final turn. So you going over the line now, there's the distance, an entire lap back. Then you'll be on, that'll be a position change. So it's not far for Brandon to get there, but it is still far with 15 minutes to go. Radloff still lapping. His last lap of 46.7. He's happy with the car. Dylan in the distance of 46.2. So Dylan doing some rapid times. And as I say that, wow, watch this. 10 seconds back. Watch Dylan slide this car through the final turn. He leaves his braking late, misses the pit line, and sideways through the final turn. He was going coconuts there again, I can tell you. Getting dark now. Guys are starting to rely on headlights. Although there is still enough light to see, but 15 minutes to go. Antonio, gotta love Mufaseko. He has had a rough one, but he's still committed. Indeed.
Yeah.
He's still out there. Did his splash and dash. He's hanging on. Let's go and see how he's doing. I mean, he was moving the car around on the main straight, almost like to wake him up. Look, there he goes again. Look how he's drifting around.
Yeah, I think he's struggling. You look at the diffuser at the back as well.
Yeah.
I can actually see it flapping around a little bit. So him not doing some repairs is he's having to fight that Ferrari.
Exactly. War Machine saying Dylan was taking that corner with style, man. That's all the problem was. And Fazeka, wake up! You see what I mean? He can't keep the car in a straight line. He's probably falling asleep in his rig. Oh, it's entertaining to watch. Solo 4 hours, eh? Not for sissies.
No, it's not. No. That is why if or when my teammates do these endurance solo driving or any solo any endurance driving, I try to be with them in a chat to help make sure that they keep awake and
help them out.
Help them out. That always helps.
I'll tell you what, Mfazeka's going to have a bit of a problem soon because Daniel Gerling is only 22 or 21 seconds off the back of him. Yeah, in the Aston.
Yeah.
And there's 12 minutes left. That gap's 22 seconds. Mfazeko needs one bad spin and he's going to lose this position. This lap time, a 1:48.8. Let's see what Daniel does. Here he comes. Brandon DeSantis has in fact got past that, so they are now. Oh no, he hasn't. Yes, he has.
Yeah.
Brandon DeSantis now on the same lap, so he's going to now go round one full lap to then pass this position of the Aston. So there you go, Toki. You guys are trying. Daniel's last lap a 47.5. Brandon a 49.9. Look how he's going through the bus stop, old man Fazeko. He's struggling, man. Oh no. Tyrone saying Tim and Dale have lost connection. Oh, they have. I can't select them. So they've just dropped out of 6th place.
Oh no.
With 12 minutes to go. But they should reconnect, Tyrone, because they're going to be from 6th place. They wouldn't be lost. Oh, such bad luck there. And then there were 8. So Dylan gets the car into top 5. Whoop whoop.
Sure.
Right, they've reconnected. Here we go. So they have reconnected. They've got to sit here for 2 minutes. So they're going to go lap down. They're currently on 123. Mfazeko and Daniel are on 121 and Brandon on 120. So 2 minutes is 2.5 minutes going to be close to 120. Yes, Mfazeko and them are going to be very close. There's going to be a good dice going on here for this position. Well done for rejoining, boys. You got to get this to the end. Come on. Mfazeko, stay awake. Open the car windows, man. Let the cold air in. Where is Daniel? Just through the final turn. So a long way to go to catch him, but they're on their way. Let's see him for Zeko. Up the back straight. Here he goes. He's weaving around on the straight. Car's drifting left and right. Oh, he misses that apex. Takes a wide apex there. You can actually see the man's tired. He's driving very strange lines around the track.
Definitely.
That's Radloff, so that's not who we wanted to see. Here's Jason. Right. Up the hill he comes. His last lap still 45.7. He's like a Swiss stopwatch or timepiece, however you want to call it. Right, he's been here a minute, maybe a minute and a half. And Fazeko's just gone through. So they're halfway around that lap and they're coming up to go onto the same lap. And he goes very wide there, does Fazeko. He's getting out the way for that Ferrari. Almost puts it in the barrier. 8 minutes to go. There they go. The McLaren's out. So they dropped from 5th to 6th. They only lost 1 place with a disconnect. So
Yeah.
just goes to show they had enough laps in the bag. But unfortunate for them. 1 position drop. So Dylan's going to be happy with that. The man is hanging on to now 5th place. He just wants the end to come. We're 8 minutes out and he is following Christopher Radloff just up ahead of him, who is in 4th place and a lap up the road now. They've just put Dylan down 1 lap. But that's not Dylan's fight. He's just got to maintain his position now. Okay, so Jason Farmer, 16 seconds up the road from Ulrich de Jager in 2nd place. Sean Loureiro about almost a lap down from them in 3rd place. 129 laps, 129 laps. Sean Loureiro, 128 laps until he gets to the line. Christopher Radloff, 126 laps. Dylan Hall, 125 laps. Timothy Gomez now in the car because he was driver 1. 123 laps. Mfazeko, all the other side of the track, 123 laps. And Daniel Gerling, 123 laps. Brandon DeSantis, 122 laps. Right, track's now at 15 degrees. Just imagine if a driver fell asleep in his rig. I mean, we wouldn't know it happened, but I'm sure it's happened.
I'm pretty sure it's happened in the past a lot of times.
I agree.
Yeah.
Look where he is coming around this corner. He almost missed the corner.
Yeah.
Let's go to helmet view. This is what Mfaziko's looking at. His eyes are droopy. His eyelids are falling down over his eyes. He's turning left, right. Oh, brake, brake, brake. Through the bus stop he goes. Okay, kind of looks okay from this view. He's turning in too early. You can see he's tired, man. Shame, man.
Yeah.
He's done well. War Machine saying, let's go SARCO. So, for sure. Dylan essentially only then lost 1 position to the charging Christopher Radloff with his accident, but he can thank a netcode drop there for I mean, where is he, dude?
Yeah, no, I think he's really falling asleep
I
in his
promise
read.
you. I still think we're going to be in for a straight line off one of the long straights, and he's just going to go into a barrier.
Because Gerling just got in the last lap about 2 to 3 seconds.
Okay, Viziko into turn 2 he goes. Gerling. Turn 1. My word, the gap's 9 seconds from something 22 with 4.5 minutes to go. Oh, he's going to hit the wall.
Oh, that was close.
This poor guy.
Actually,
You were going to say?
Sorry. I was actually trying to turn the steering wheel for him, yeah.
Funny. Showman. Ladies and gents, let's keep your eyes on this. Bless you if that was a sneeze.
Sorry. No,
Yeah.
that was a cough.
All good. This man is struggling just to hang on to the 7th position. Daniel Gerling is closing hand over fist with 4 minutes left. So, 3 more laps. I don't think he's going to hang on to this position. I think Daniel's going to catch him. Let's see what the gap is. It was 9 seconds. .4 seconds. It's not close enough. I wonder if Imfe is listening to the YouTube, or if he can hear us, or he's got people there saying, "Hey, somebody's catching you. Wake up."
I would hope so. But
me too. I mean, unless he's 100% solo all on his own, but he is hammered. I mean, he can hardly keep it on the track. There in the distance, there's Gerling. So Daniel's now, you can see him ahead, and there are still 3 laps to go. Yeah, you can hear the Aston in the background.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Fun and games right now. And if Mfizeko gets too wide and puts it on the marbles, he's not going to have cornering capability. He's going to go into the barrier. Yeah, Toki agreed. Endurance races, they are invaluable. You learn so much from them. You learn a whole lot about the race, about strategy, everything. Glad you enjoyed it, my guy. Even though you guys are where you are, don't let that bug you too much. It's been an impressive showing. The Aston's just round that corner. Look there in the back.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not far. 7.4, no? Yes, 7.4 seconds. I agree, Antonio. This poor guy is almost about to start Z'ing, cutting the furniture. There's the Aston.
Yes.
Oh, Daniel's probably going, come on, man, go. And the time goes under 2 minutes. So 150, 145, I think. Where's Jason? 1 more lap. So for these guys, it's 2 more laps. Daniel might get there. Daniel might actually get to this car. Yo, half a straight.
I think he's got so many people cheering for him in his ear to push and push and push.
Exactly.
that Aston.
Tyrone and Timothy and everybody. Oh well, Timothy's driving. Not Timothy. Daniel's driving, but let's see what he does going along the straight here. Jason's about to start his last lap. I wonder if he'll get there in time, or if he's going to lift and... Yeah, we'll come back to this, I think. There's the Aston. Mfizeko must know he's there. He must see him. The gap's 4.7. It's half what it was 2 laps ago.
I think Jason might stop before... No, he can't do another lap.
Sean's flashing at him, so I don't know what he's asking him.
I think he's asking to slow down, to stop before. He doesn't want to do another lap, Sean.
They got to do another lap.
They do have to do another lap.
They're
Yes.
just having fun for the cameras as the teammates come down nose to tail. Jason saying, follow me. But okay, we'll come back to this. Let's go and look at Daniel. Helmet cam. Where's the Ferrari? Oh, he's around the corner.
Yeah. Second last corner.
Daniel can see him, man. Come on, Daniel, push it. Oh, he missed that apex completely. He's not doing the best lap times either. His last lap of 48.4. And Fizeko was a 49.3.
Yeah.
This lap was a 47, however, for Daniel. So, my word, he might just get there. It's only the shoot between turn 1 and turn 2 that he's apart from him. Yo, Fizeko, stay awake, my guy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's almost off the track again. Stays on. He's going, I've got to do this thing again. Bus stop.
I wonder if he isn't struggling to see in the night with the settings of the
screen.
screen. Yes, I
Yeah.
think he might be struggling to see, to concentrate on the track.
Yeah, they
with
come.
with the fatigue.
We got to give credit to where it's due, but Jason and Sean Ulrich de Arc is somewhere else on the track. There he is, but Jason and Sean Lerero, over the line they come. The Finger Lakes Classic 4 hour has come to a finale finish, and Jason Farmer, well deserved, well done. Sean Lerero over the line for third. In the background there, Timothy Gomez, he takes sixth. We're waiting for Ulrich de Jager. Here he comes flashing at us. And a well-deserved second place for you, sir.
Yes.
Very
What a
good
race.
result. Let's go and see where Daniel is. Oh, Mfizeko's going to hang in there. Dylan Hall, still coming along. And Dylan will be coming in for a solid fifth place. Christopher Radloff, who is let Dylan go by him, he's in net fourth, and a good result considering their dramas. It's all done and dusted. Where's him? There he is. He's fallen asleep. That's where he stopped. Dylan coming for the line. Don't go anywhere, people, because we're going to wait for Dylan to get in the comms box, and he's going to go and fetch the drivers. There is a V8, I think it is Sean, doing donuts. It is.
Yes.
These boys are just killing the cars here. Yeah, there we go, ladies and gents. First place to Jason, second to Ulrich, third place to Sean. Radloff, quickest man on track, and he takes fourth with Dylan Hall rounding out your top 5 for Team SARCO. Well done, boys. We'll wait for Dylan to come join us. He's either going to be throwing coconuts at me or he's going to be laughing or whatever. But fifth place, he got the car into fifth. And Fizeko managed to finish for 7th place. Well done. Here comes Dylan. Yo, coconuts.
Yo, coconuts. Man, coconuts, coconuts, coconuts. Oh, man, I was so bummed. I hit the brakes. The rear just snapped and that was me off. Could not believe it.
You missed that entire thing, man. You missed that braking point by a mile, buddy.
Oh, really? I thought I'd made it.
No, dude, you were halfway through the corner while you were turning.
Yeah, so it must have been linked to the sun in the eyes, like yells, that was hardcore.
Right, we are going to have some drivers joining us for ending interviews. Dylan, well done, my guy. SARCO car in the top 5.
Happy. Considering 20 minutes before the race, or let's not be so optimistic, an hour before the race.
Yeah.
And we were able to get myself and Louis in. We had our strategy. It worked out perfectly. And yeah, happy.
My guy, you got it all wrong. Sean Lerero did not have enough in that car, and he had to pit at half an hour to go.
Oh, no ways.
Ulrich drove into second place, dude.
That is phenomenal.
So there we go. You better go and find these drivers they better come and join us.
I'm sure they will. Has Lucas gone to fetch them?
Lucas still in the chat. Yeah, I will go and fetch them quickly.
Go and get
So
them.
that answers that question, Alan.
There we go. Yeah, they come. Guys, if you've got webcams, you need to turn them on.
No, never.
It's December. Put your camera on, Mr. Farmer.
I don't have a camera.
Oh, my guy.
Sad.
Wait, I think mine will work here now. Let's see.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Testing, confirmed. You guys, you need to...
Coconuts.
Coconuts. You have to go and watch that stream. Mr. Mfezeko was falling asleep in his rig, guys.
For real.
He was going down the back straight to the bus stop, driving off the track into the grass. He was falling asleep.
my word.
He was so hammered. I guarantee it.
Oh, wow.
Dylan, where are you? The thing's going round in circles here.
Yeah, I realize what's happening,
Okay.
but I realize I
Good
might
disco.
just...
Guys, you put on a great show. The YouTube channel was like jumping. So awesome stuff. Sean, you had some dramas as well, man. Bad luck there.
It was so when you pick the car half an hour before the race,
Yes.
you find a online setup that says quali. You just add fuel to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was setting up the stream at like 9 or 10 this morning, and I did see you in that car on the track.
Yeah.
And then I saw you get in the Mustang, so I know you were in 2 months. You didn't know what you were going to drive with.
I also had the Ferrari in mind.
Oh, that's right. That's it. Yeah, you got in the Ferrari.
Exactly. So nah, it was good, but I lost it to the bus up. So
Oh my word!
Yeah.
The opening half an hour was impressive to watch, dude. You were Vin Diesel everywhere.
yeah, I was pressing Jason.
Vinny Petrol.
Dylan, are you there?
I am. My camera is not working, but stand by. I'm going to try again.
Okay, and then you're going to take over controls for driver's briefing, podium briefing.
I don't know whether people finished.
Okay,
Alan, this is all yours, Chana.
Sorry, Alan.
guys,
and that's how your hospital passed.
there's another thing here. So Dylan has renamed himself to Dylan the Dukes of Hazzard Hall. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Because he put the hazards on for the pit stop at the second stop, gave it to Louis, who couldn't put the hazards off because he didn't have a button mapped. So he had to drive the whole entire third sector with the hazards on.
Thank you, Louis. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's go. Sean, you brought the car home in third place, but you were always in the top 3. So you had setups issues, but good race all in all. What can you tell us about the Mercedes and how do you feel? Are you taking this for next season?
No. Straight up, no. It's actually a really good car, I won't lie. But it's totally opposite to the Ferrari.
Yeah.
The Ferrari on the first lap, it's money, it loves tires, it loves fuel.
Okay.
This thing gets, at the end of the stint, it's great. But as soon as you throw fuel and brand new tires
It's
on,
a tank.
it's a tank. It's terrible. But no, it was like we had some good fights there with Jason and
Yeah.
Ulrich. And yeah, big ups to Ulrich. He's podium. I like to see that.
Ulrich, speak.
Yes.
How are you?
Yes.
All
Was-
right. I was that last hour was just
oh, no.
auto drive.
Yeah, I think you were also
It's funny.
fatiguing there. I saw you all over the place a little bit, but you backed off your pace completely and you were just, all right, I'm done. This is where I'm going to finish.
Yeah, definitely.
He sat staring at a cup of coffee for 2 hours.
Yes.
Mr. Jason Farmer, on the other hand, you had an exciting opening stint and ended up down in 7th place or 6th place.
Yeah, wow.
How are you feeling, buddy?
To be honest, I actually have
Careful,
to.
Christopher Redloff's in the chat as well, eh?
Yeah.
Careful what you say.
That's
I
all
have to
good.
actually give thanks to Ulrich and to Sean for actually keeping me like going, because I was kind of ready to throw in the towel already there.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a bit of hefty damage, and obviously the lag spike. I don't know what happened there. Like all of a sudden, Chris's car was just coming at me full force
That's
and hit me
unreal.
in the rear. So yeah, it is what it is, I suppose.
Yeah.
But the pace was awesome though throughout the race. So yeah, I can't really complain.
Yeah, your cadence, your consistency in your lap times is mental, dude. You like,
Awesome.
I gave you a nickname, a Swiss timepiece. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
The thing was, Chris was nowhere near you on the track. So I saw it happen, and you see it a little bit in the stream, and I was like, wait, but there's a Ferrari going there. Oh, wait, that's Jason. And then I realized what had happened.
Because like we had seen it about 3 or 4 laps before, where Chris's car would all of a sudden lose like 4 seconds. He'd be like, we'd be right on top of him, and then 2-3 corners later he'd glitch out back to 4-second gap. So I think there was some sort of issue there that made his car like kind of look like it was running through the train. You know what I mean?
I mean, we caught it in his first stint, and I think Chris is here with Terry, which is cool because we'll chat now. But his pay, I tell you what, if you thought you were going quick, Chris was like 7/10 quicker than you. So he was going flat sticks to try and make up the lap times from what he lost with the problem. So, Chris, are you there, sir?
I'm here.
Hey, buddy. Long time no chat, but yes, man, you had some bad luck there, bud.
Yeah, unfortunately, but well done to the guys for winning and on the podium. Great recovery there from Jason, and yeah, unfortunately we had a little bit of lag. I don't know if it was lag or issue with the driver one, because when Terry got into the car, he couldn't see anything. He couldn't see the car. He couldn't see tire pressures. He couldn't see absolutely anything. So he tried to box and select me to drive again, and he couldn't even select me. So that's why we had to actually leave the server and then come back into the server and try again.
That's what he said. Because I mean, I saw obviously you reconnected, and we saw that happen. At least hand the car to Terry, and Terry was out and rolling. And then Terry, you here as well. Then I saw you come into the pits. You were obviously still struggling then because you couldn't see anything.
Yeah, so it was kind of weird because what happened was we decided let's try and change driver to see if we can rectify the issue.
Yeah.
And then Chris was gonna go out and come back in, and when he handed the card, actually it had no controls, and it said session over. Session ended. So I said then eventually we just said let's just come in because and we couldn't change the driver. I couldn't bring up the HUD to do anything. So we're just like, okay, let's leave and
rejoin.
Let's just rejoin, and it was a great race. I mean, Chris was awesome as always. I think we saw 144 there and a couple, in fact, a lot of 44s,
Agreed.
Which was amazing. That's why he's my teammate. But it was a good race, and well done to. I mean, the guys, the first 3 drove on their own, which is incredible.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Absolutely, yeah. Incredible drive from those guys. To do this alone, it's not easy. Big ups to them.
Yeah, Lucas and me were saying this is not for sissies. So I think seriously, in Fazeko, he was literally falling asleep. So all of you single guys, you guys did very well. Dylan?
Christopher, thank you very much for your damage and allowing that sweet move to the inside. I know that those are very far and few between, but I'll definitely take that one for the books. Thanks.
No problem, Bill. But yeah, so when Terry rejoined the server, the setup he loaded had brake pads 1. So half an hour to the end of the race, I realized that we had no more brakes.
No.
Look at all these things. Jeez.
Yeah. I've never heard a Ferrari 296 engine revving like that to try and slow a car down. It was unbelievable. So yeah, and for half an hour I didn't hear Chris say a word actually. Just I thought let me leave him to this because I don't know, and I'm glad I didn't get in for that last stint. I'm glad I had him there to finish that off because it was crazy.
Nothing like remember lights in your rearview mirror for half an hour, Redloff.
Flat out.
Guys, thank you very much for joining. I know it was we created this little fun event at short notice. 12 cars had essentially entered. We finished with 9. Man, what a load of fun! And this is exactly what it's all about. It's about racing with the guys you dig to race with, having a jaw. So thank you. Can't forget all the people on the stream. Man, that stream was fired up the entire night.
It was
absolutely fantastic and really awesome to see. And yeah,
big ups to Alan.
Looking forward to the next one.
If I can just add to that, Dol, thanks very much for your efforts that you put in with SARCO. Alan, thanks for being the commentator that you are, and obviously sitting through it and talking about us guys trying to have some fun. So, guys, thank you for your efforts that you put in. I mean, we arrive, we click in, we join, and you know that we know the work that goes on in the background. So we really appreciate what you guys are doing for us.
Thanks, Siri.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well done, guys.
Well done, guys. And that's it from us at SARCO. Thanks for joining us on the stream, everybody. And yeah, have a very good Christmas, festive New Year, and we'll catch you in 2025. Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers,
Thank
everybody.
you. Bye-bye.
Cheers.